Welcome to Quiet Scare, where horror doesn't scream, it whispers. Authentic documented experiences, thoughtfully adapted for calm, sleep-friendly listening, truth preserved, atmosphere enhanced. Like and subscribe, and tap the bell for new releases. No more than 3 ads in the first 15 minutes, then it plays clean. Literary horror narration for sophisticated listeners. Sleep well and dream dark. I didn't open the message right away because I already knew what the name would be. The notification sat at the top of my phone while I stood in the kitchen, watching the coffee machine sputter like it was struggling through the same morning I was. The sender's name was one I hadn't seen light up my screen in 8 months. I had memorized the date of the funeral, the shape of the dirt as it settled, the way everyone avoided looking directly at the casket. There was no version of reality where his account should still be active, let alone sending me anything. The phone buzzed again against the counter. Just once, enough to make me pick it up. It was a message request, not from our old thread. A new conversation. No profile picture, just his name spelled the same way he always insisted on, with the extra letter nobody else used. Inside was a string of numbers, geographic coordinates. No greeting, no explanation. I stood there long enough for the coffee to overflow and drip onto the burner. The smell turned bitter, metallic. I didn't move. I just stared at the numbers until they started to feel familiar in the way addresses do when you've seen them before but can't place where. I copied them into a Maps app without thinking. My thumb hovered before hitting enter, like I expected something to stop me. The location pinned instantly. It was the cemetery. Not just any part of it. The exact section where we'd stood in the rain that day, shoes sinking into soft ground, listening to someone read words that didn't match who he'd been. I locked my phone and set it face down, like that would undo what I'd just seen. For a minute, I convinced myself it was some delayed message, some glitch from before everything happened. People say accounts linger, scheduled posts go out after someone's gone, systems don't care about death. But the coordinates weren't something he would have sent before, and he would have texted words, not numbers. The second message came an hour later, while I was cleaning the burnt coffee off the stovetop. This time it was a photo. I opened it before I could talk myself out of it. It took a second to recognize what I was looking at, because it was so ordinary, my living room. The angle was slightly off, like it had been taken from the corner near the hallway. But everything was there. The couch with the worn armrest, the lamp that leaned just a little to the left, the stack of unopened mail on the table, except the mail wasn't stacked the way it was now. In the photo, the envelopes were spread out in a fan shape, each one overlapping the next. I turned slowly, already knowing what I'd see. The mail was still in a messy pile. I laughed once short and sharp because the alternative explanation required more effort than I had. Someone had gotten into my place before, taken a picture, sent it now. It was invasive, but it was explainable. I didn't notice the third message arrive. Not until something fell behind me. The sound was small, just paper sliding against wood, but it cut through the quiet in a way that made my chest tighten. I turned back toward the table. The envelopes were no longer stacked. They were spread out exactly like the photo. I didn't remember moving them. I checked the doors first, then the windows. Everything was locked, nothing forced, no signs of anyone being inside except me. The phone buzzed again in my hand. Another photo. Same room, same angle. The only difference was the lamp. In the image it stood straight. I looked at the lamp. It was still leaning. For a second, nothing happened. Then slowly, almost politely, the base shifted. The tilt corrected itself until the lamp stood perfectly upright, like it had decided to cooperate. I stepped back so fast I hit the counter behind me. There wasn't any sound when it moved. No scrape, no friction, just the quiet adjustment of something deciding to be different. I didn't sleep that night, or the next. The messages kept coming, not constantly, not enough to feel like a flood. Just spaced out enough that I'd start to think it had stopped before the next one arrived. Photos, mostly. My bedroom, with the closet door open, when I knew I'd closed it. The hallway, with the picture frame slightly crooked before it corrected itself behind me. The kitchen again. The chair pulled out from the table, then later pushed back in without me touching it. Each time, the change in the photo happened in my apartment minutes later, like something was following instructions I couldn't hear. By the third day, I stopped trying to rationalize it as a prank. There were too many details, things only he would have known. The fourth message wasn't a photo, it was another set of coordinates. I didn't need to check them this time. I already recognized the pattern. The cemetery again, but not the same spot. This one was a few rows over. I sat on the edge of my bed with the phone in my hand, trying to decide if going there would make anything better or worse. The apartment felt wrong now. Not dangerous. Exactly. Just observed. Like every object had a second version of itself somewhere else, waiting to be matched. The idea that something could be at the cemetery, something physical, something I could see and touch, pulled at me harder than I expected. By late afternoon, I was in my car. The sky stayed gray the entire drive, the kind of flat color that makes it hard to tell what time it is. The cemetery was mostly empty when I arrived. A few cars near the entrance, no one walking nearby. I followed the map until it guided me off the main path and into a quieter section. The grass was uneven here. The markers older, less maintained. I found his grave without needing help. The dirt had settled completely since the funeral. The headstone was simple. Name, dates, nothing else. The coordinates led me a short distance to the right. There was nothing there at first glance, just another patch of ground, slightly raised like the rest. I stood there longer than I meant to, waiting for something to happen, like the place itself would respond to me being there. My phone buzzed. I looked down. A final photo. Not my apartment this time. It was the ground in front of me. This exact spot. The angle was low, almost level with the grass, and in the image there was something partially uncovered in the dirt. A corner of black plastic, smooth and clean against the soil. I knelt down slowly. The ground was softer than it should have been, like it had been disturbed recently. I used my hands at first, pushing aside dirt, feeling for anything solid. It didn't take long. My fingers hit something flat. I cleared enough to get a grip and pulled. It came free with almost no resistance. A phone, newer than mine. No cracks, no scratches, completely intact. The screen lit up the moment I touched it. There was no lock screen, just a camera interface, and it was open, pointed directly at me. I dropped it instinctively, but the camera view stayed on, adjusting as it hit the ground, still capturing everything in front of it. Me, the grave, the sky above. My own phone buzzed again. I didn't want to look, but I did. A new photo, taken from the device at my feet. It showed me standing there, dirt on my hands, staring down at it. I felt something shift in my pocket. My own phone screen changed without me touching it. The conversation updated. A message typing indicator appeared under his name. It blinked once, twice, then disappeared. Nothing else came. I stood there for a long time, waiting for another message, another photo, some kind of explanation to fill the gap that had opened up in my head. Nothing happened. Eventually I picked up the phone from the ground. It was still recording, still pointed at me. I turned it off and slipped it into my jacket, not because I knew what to do with it, but because leaving it there felt worse. When I got back to my apartment, everything inside was exactly where it should be. The mail was stacked again. The lamp leaned slightly to the left. The chair was tucked in. No new messages. I checked both phones. Mine stayed silent. The one from the ground powered on without issue. But there were no contacts, no apps beyond the camera, no history, just storage. Full. I didn't open the gallery that night. I left it on the counter, screen down, and sat in the living room until the sky outside went dark. At some point, I realized something that made it hard to breathe. Every photo I had received had been taken from inside my apartment, at angles that required someone to be standing there, watching, positioning things, waiting. And now there was a device in my home that had come from his grave, already full of images I hadn't taken, pointed at me like it knew where to look. I haven't checked what's on it yet. I keep thinking about the typing indicator, about how it started, then stopped, like something realized it didn't need to send messages anymore, because it had found a better way to see me. I didn't plan to leave the highway that afternoon. The map on my phone had glitched twice already, freezing the route and then snapping back like nothing happened. So when I saw the narrow farm road cutting between two long fences, I took it without thinking, just to reset my bearings and maybe find a place to pull over. The fields on either side were dry and flat, rows of something low and brittle, and the air had that late-day stillness where sound carries too far. My tires hummed differently on the packed dirt, softer, like the road was absorbing the noise instead of throwing it back. I've always been good at getting out of small problems before they turn into big ones. That's kind of my thing. I travel light, keep tools in the trunk, never let the tank drop below half. It's a habit you pick up after enough near misses in places where help doesn't come quickly. About 10 minutes down that road, I saw the buildings. They weren't on any map I had open. Not the GPS, not the offline one I keep downloaded, not even the old atlas I keep under the passenger seat. Just a cluster of low structures ahead, wood and tin, arranged in a way that didn't look planned so much as accumulated. Smoke lifted from somewhere behind them, thin and straight up. No wind to carry it. I slowed without deciding to. There was no sign at the entrance, no mailbox, no posted name, just a break in the fence and a pair of deep ruts leading in. My first thought was that it was an abandoned settlement someone had started using again. You see that sometimes in rural areas, places that never quite died, just went quiet until a few people drifted back. Still, something about how intact everything looked made me ease off the gas instead of rolling through. A man stepped out from behind one of the buildings before I even stopped. He wasn't old, not exactly, but his posture made him seem that way. Straight-backed hands at his sides, watching me like he'd been expecting a car to come down that road at that exact moment. He didn't wave, didn't signal, just stood there, tracking me as I rolled to a slow stop near the center of the settlement. I killed the engine but kept my hand near the key. A couple more people appeared, then a few more. Not crowding, not rushing, just emerging from doorways and corners, spacing themselves out. It struck me how evenly they stood, like they were used to arranging themselves without talking. I got out because staying in the car felt worse. The air smelled faintly of smoke, and something sour, like damp grain. Up close, the buildings looked older than I'd thought. The wood was worn smooth in places, not splintered, as if it had been handled constantly over a long time. No power lines overhead, no visible generators, no sound of machinery. I gave a quick explanation, keeping it simple. Said I'd taken a wrong turn. Asked if there was a quicker way back to the main road. The man closest to me answered, but not the way most people do. His words were clear, but the phrasing felt off, like he was pulling them from somewhere old. He said the road returns upon itself if followed with patience. I asked if there was another way out. He said all ways are the same way when the land is known. It wasn't aggressive. It wasn't even unfriendly. Just unhelpful in a very specific, deliberate way. I thanked him anyway, and told him I'd just turn around. No one moved to stop me. That should have been the end of it. But as I walked back toward my car, I noticed something on the porch of the nearest building. A pair of sneakers, modern, bright white with a blue stripe, out of place against the weathered wood. Next to them, a backpack, nylon, with a small rip near the zipper, the kind you get from catching it on a car door. I've seen that exact brand in gas stations all over the country. I glanced around. No one reacted. They were still watching me, but not following my gaze. I pointed at the porch and asked if someone else had come through recently. The same man said travelers sometimes pass and sometimes remain. Remain where? I asked. He didn't answer that, just held my eyes for a second longer than felt normal, then looked past me toward the road I'd come in on. I should have left right then. I know that, but curiosity is its own kind of trap. and I told myself there were normal explanations for all of it. Maybe a group living off-grid, maybe a language quirk, or a community with its own way of speaking. I said I needed to check something in my trunk before I headed out. No one objected. I walked back to the car, opened the trunk, and pretended to rearrange things while I actually checked my phone again. Still no signal. The map was frozen on the same stretch of road I'd already driven. When I closed the trunk, another detail clicked into place. There were more items like the sneakers, a jacket draped over a fence post, newer than anything else around it, a metal water bottle sitting on a windowsill, a phone case on the ground near one of the doors, empty but unmistakably recent, not scattered randomly either, placed but set where they could be seen without being acknowledged. I got back in the driver's seat and turned the key. The engine cranked once, then again, then died. I tried again. Same result. It had been running fine 5 minutes earlier. I popped the hood and stepped out, more out of reflex than expectation. The people had shifted slightly closer, though I hadn't seen them move. Still no talking between them, just that quiet, synchronized attention. I lifted the hood and checked the obvious things. Battery terminals tight, no visible leaks, nothing disconnected. It didn't make sense. When I got back behind the wheel and tried again, the engine caught for half a second, then cut out like something had choked it off. I told myself it was coincidence, bad timing, maybe a loose wire I hadn't spotted. I grabbed my toolkit and started a more thorough check, working slower this time, running my hands along hoses and connections. The sun had dropped lower, the light turning that deep orange that flattens everything and makes distances hard to judge. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw movement. People were carrying things toward the open space between the buildings. Long pieces of wood, bundles of something wrapped in cloth. They moved in pairs, setting items down in a rough circle. No one spoke, but they didn't need to. Each person seemed to know exactly where to go, what to carry, when to stop. A fire was started at the center, small at first, then building steadily as more wood was added. The smoke thickened, carrying that same sour note I'd caught earlier. I kept working on the car, but my focus wasn't on it anymore. Two of them brought out a chair. Not like the others. This one had arms, and something like straps hanging from the sides. They set it facing the fire. Another person followed, guiding someone else between them. The person being guided walked on their own, but slowly, like they were being directed more than forced. Their head was down, hair hanging forward, obscuring their face. The clothes they wore didn't match the rest of the community. Faded jeans, a dark hoodie, modern. They were positioned in the chair, hands placed on the arms, straps pulled tight but not roughly. The movements were practiced, efficient, no wasted motion. I stood there with a wrench in my hand, feeling the situation shift from strange to something else entirely. I called out, asked what they were doing. A few heads turned toward me, but no one answered. The man I'd spoken to earlier stepped closer, just enough to place himself between me and the gathering. He said it was attending. Of what? I asked. He said of what arrives. It didn't explain anything, but it told me enough. I closed the hood and moved back toward the driver's side door, keeping my movements calm. Sudden decisions get noticed. Slow ones blend in. I got in, turned the key again. Nothing. The fire behind me crackled louder now. The light from it flickered across the inside of the car, shifting shadows over the dashboard. I checked the fuel gauge. Still above half. No reason for it to fail like this. I tried the key again, and this time I held it a fraction longer. The engine sputtered, caught for a second, then died again. Behind me, there was a collective movement. Not a sound exactly, but a change in the air, like everyone had leaned forward at once. I forced myself to stop trying. Desperation draws attention faster than anything. I got out of the car again, closed the door carefully, and walked a few steps away from it, as if I'd accepted that I'd be there for a while. The man stayed near me, matching my pace without looking like he was following. I asked if there was a place I could wait until morning. He said the night is when things are seen. I asked if I could just sit somewhere. Out of the way. He gestured toward one of the buildings, the same one with the sneakers on the porch. I nodded and walked that direction. Inside it was dim and smelled faintly of dust and something organic like dried plants. The floor was packed earth, worn smooth. A single table, a couple of chairs, nothing else. On the far side of the room, near the wall, there was a pile of belongings, not organized, not displayed, just gathered. Backpacks, jackets, shoes, a few phones, their screens dark. A set of car keys with a plastic tag from a rental company. I didn't touch anything. I didn't need to. I stood there long enough to confirm what I already knew, then turned back toward the door. Outside, the fire had grown. The person in the chair was still, head tilted slightly to one side now. The people around them had formed a loose circle, spaced evenly, all facing inward. Their posture matched. Their breathing seemed to match. Even the way they held their hands was mirrored, small variations of the same position. I moved along the edge of the buildings, keeping low, using the structures to block their line of sight. If they noticed me stepping away, they didn't show it. At the far end of the settlement, there was another path leading out, narrower than the one I'd come in on, overgrown but not unused. I headed for it without rushing. The light was almost gone now, the sky deepening toward that point where everything turns the same shade. The only real illumination came from the fire behind me. I didn't look back until I reached the edge of the fields. When I did, the entire group had shifted. They were no longer in a circle. They were facing me. All of them. Even at that distance, I could feel it. That same unified attention, like a single organism adjusting its focus. No one chased me. No one called out. They just watched. I turned and kept walking. The path wound through the fields, narrower and less defined the farther I went. The ground was uneven, catching my steps, forcing me to slow down just enough to stay upright. I expected to hear something behind me. Footsteps, movement, anything. There was nothing. After a while, the path split. No markers, no clear indication of which way led back to anything resembling a road. I picked one and kept going. And kept going. Time stretched. The sky went fully dark. The only light came from the horizon behind me, a faint glow where the fire still burned. Then, without warning, I heard an engine, not mine. Something else. I moved toward the sound, pushing through a line of scrub until I reached a paved road. A real one, with worn lane markings and a slight incline. Headlights approached from the left. I stepped out and flagged the driver down. They slowed, then stopped. Window rolling down just enough to speak. I kept it simple. Said my car had broken down on a side road. Asked for a ride to the nearest town. They hesitated, then agreed. As I got into the passenger seat, I glanced back the way I'd come. The fields were just fields. No visible path, no buildings, no fire, just darkness. I gave the driver a general direction and we pulled away. A mile down the road, I checked my phone again. Signal had returned. The map showed the highway, the surrounding area. Everything normal, no settlement, no road branching off where I'd turned. I didn't say anything about it. Not to the driver, not to anyone after. A few days later, I checked local reports. Missing persons, accidents, anything that might line up with what I'd seen. There were entries, names, dates, last known locations that clustered in a way that felt too close to be random. No mention of a settlement, no mention of a fire, no mention of anything like what I'd walked into. I went back once, weeks later during the day, with a full tank and a second vehicle following behind at a distance. The road I'd taken wasn't there, just a continuous fence line, unbroken, stretching across the same flat land I remembered. No gap, no ruts, no sign that anything had ever cut through it. I drove that stretch 3 times. Slow, then slower, then on foot. Nothing. I still keep the same habits when I travel. Full tank, tools in the trunk, maps downloaded, but I don't take side roads anymore. Not unless they're clearly marked. Not unless I can trace them end to end before I turn. because whatever that place was, it didn't feel hidden. It felt like it was waiting for someone to arrive at the right moment, under the right conditions, with just enough curiosity to step out of the car and look around. And I can't shake the sense that the only reason I got out was because something there allowed it, just once, as part of whatever pattern they were following that night. All of them moving and watching, and turning in perfect unison as I walked away into the dark. I started noticing the access logs because they didn't match the doors. On my first overnight rotation at the facility, I did what I always do. I mapped the routine before the routine mapped me. The place sat alone past the last service road, a concrete stack of levels with no signage and too many cameras for something that was supposedly mothballed. They told me my job was simple: monitor, log irregularities, and escalate only if a physical breach was confirmed. I'd worked industrial security long enough to know that simple usually meant we're not telling you everything. The doors were the first inconsistency. Level B3 had a row of reinforced access points along the east corridor, each with redundant locks and manual bars that required 2 people to disengage. The system logs showed those doors cycling open and closed at intervals that didn't correspond to any scheduled maintenance. I flagged it in my first report, and cross-checked with the mechanical status. No faults, no overrides, no maintenance tickets. The system insisted the doors had opened. The doors themselves had not. I verified it physically on my second shift. I walked B3 with a flashlight and a tablet, checking seals, handles, hinges. Dust lay unbroken at the base of each door, thin as flour, with no disturbance. I pressed my palm against the metal and felt the cold of a room that hadn't been opened in years. I documented everything and went back upstairs, expecting to find a mismatch I'd missed. There wasn't one. That was when I pulled the archive logs. The facility kept a deep history. Years of overnight reports filed by people with my job title. I filtered for similar anomalies. Door cycles without mechanical confirmation. The earliest hit was older than I expected. More than 3 decades back. The phrasing changed over the years. Different people, different handwriting styles scanned into the system, but the core was identical. Door activity recorded without corresponding physical change. Lock state changed in logs only. No mechanical failure observed. It wasn't just the doors. There were notes about sound. At first they described it as equipment noise in an empty containment zone on level B4. Then the language sharpened over time. Pattern noise, vocal cadence, repeated intervals. The later entries used a word I wouldn't have used in an official report, but I understood why they chose it. Chanting. I don't believe in things without evidence. I don't use loaded words when I can use precise ones. So I queued the audio feeds from B4 and let them run while I continued reviewing the logs. It took a while before I heard it. The microphones in that sector weren't high fidelity. They picked up a low flat signal, mostly HVAC hum, and the occasional ping of cooling metal. But underneath it, spaced in a way that resisted being dismissed as random, there was a rhythm, not loud, not distinct enough to separate into syllables, but consistent. It rose and fell with a regularity that didn't match any system cycle I knew. I isolated the frequency and overlaid it with timestamps from previous nights. The pattern aligned across days, across years. Different shifts had recorded it at the same approximate times, always during the overnight window when the facility was empty, except for the person in my chair. I checked the camera feeds for B4. The containment zone in question was a long rectangular space with concrete walls and a graded floor. It had been designed for something specific, something that required observation and control. But whatever that purpose had been, it was long gone. The room was empty. No equipment, no storage, no debris. Just a clean bare volume. The camera image was stable. No movement. No shadows crossing the frame. If I watched it without knowing about the audio, I would have written it off as a dead space. But there was a note in the archive that caught my attention. It appeared in multiple reports, phrased slightly differently each time. Visual artifact present on feed, not visible on site. I scrolled back through recorded footage and slowed it down. At first I didn't see anything. Then I adjusted the contrast and brightness, exaggerating the low end. That was when it appeared. It wasn't a shape in the usual sense. It didn't occupy space the way an object does. It was more like a distortion in the image, a faint vertical smearing that shifted position between frames. If I looked directly at it, it seemed to thin out and disappear. If I let my eyes relax and focused on the edges of the screen, it became more apparent, like something you only notice in your peripheral vision. I marked its position and tracked it across time. It didn't move in a continuous path. It would appear near one wall, then in the center, then close to the camera, without any transition. The timestamps between appearances were irregular. The only consistent element was that it never showed up when I switched to the secondary camera. Mounted at the opposite corner, I went down to B4. Protocol didn't require it. In fact, it discouraged unnecessary presence in non-operational zones. But I needed to verify whether the audio and visual anomalies had any physical counterpart. The elevator ride took longer than it should have, not in actual time, but in how it felt, the kind of drawn-out descent where you become aware of every vibration and every minor shift in the cable tension. When the doors opened, the corridor was exactly as it had been in the camera feed. Bare, clean, lit by overhead strips that hummed faintly. I walked to the containment zone and stood outside the door. The access panel showed a locked state. The manual bars were in place. I checked the seals. Everything matched what I had seen earlier. I didn't open it. Instead, I stood there and listened. The sound was clearer in person. Still low, still indistinct, but undeniably structured. It came through the door as a vibration more than a sound, a faint pulsing that you could feel in your jaw if you held still long enough. It wasn't loud. It didn't carry far. If I had been moving, I might have missed it entirely. I logged the observation and went back upstairs. That should have been the end of it for that shift. Monitor, record, escalate if necessary. But the longer I sat with the feeds, the more the patterns started to overlap. At 0213, the door logs for B3 showed another cycle. At 0214, the audio pattern in B4 shifted slightly, the intervals tightening. At 0215, the visual artifact appeared closer to the camera than it had before, occupying a larger portion of the frame. I pulled up the corresponding entries from the archives. There were nights where those same timestamps appeared together, noted by different people years apart. None of them had drawn a conclusion. They had just recorded the facts and moved on, until the last entry in the sequence. It was from a guard who had worked there about 10 years before me. His report was longer than most, less clinical. He described the same anomalies I was seeing, but his final note was different. Encountered obstruction in corridor. Visual not confirmed on camera. Withdrew from area. Recommending review of security protocols. There was no follow-up. The next report was from a different person weeks later, with no reference to the previous one. At 0220, the B3 door logs cycled again. I switched to the live camera feed for that corridor. The doors were still closed. The dust was still undisturbed, but the access panels were flashing, indicating an unlocked state. One by one, the manual bars shifted. They didn't swing open like a person would move them. They slid, slow and steady as if pulled by something with constant pressure. The metal made a low, drawn-out sound that carried even through the camera's limited audio. I felt my focus narrow. This was a physical breach. Protocol was clear. Confirm, secure, escalate. I grabbed my radio and started toward the elevator. By the time I reached B3, the corridor was open. The doors stood ajar at irregular angles, some barely cracked, others wide enough to see the dark interiors beyond. The dust on the floor was no longer undisturbed. It wasn't marked with footprints or tracks, but it had shifted in a way that suggested movement without a clear source. Thin lines curved across the surface, intersecting and overlapping. I kept my light low and moved slowly, checking each doorway from a distance. The rooms beyond were empty, just like the containment zone on B4. No equipment, no storage, nothing that could have triggered the locks from inside. The radio in my hand crackled once, then went quiet. I paused in the middle of the corridor and listened. At first there was nothing. Then, faintly from somewhere deeper in the level, I heard the same rhythmic pattern I had picked up in B4, only now it was louder, more defined. It didn't echo the way normal sound does in a concrete space. It felt localized, as if it was coming from a point that didn't match the geometry of the corridor. I turned toward it. Halfway down the hall, just beyond the reach of my light, there was a shape. It wasn't clear. It didn't resolve into a person or an object. It was an absence of detail, a section of space where the edges of things didn't line up correctly. The overhead lights above it flickered, not in a full on-off pattern, but in a subtle variation that made the area look slightly out of sync with the rest of the corridor. I stopped. The training tells you to identify, to challenge, to close distance if necessary, but there was nothing to identify, and no response to the presence of my light. The shape didn't move in the way a person would. It didn't react. It just occupied that section of space, intersecting with the corridor without displacing anything. The sound was coming from it. Up close, the rhythm resolved into something closer to vocalization. Not words, not in any language I recognized, but structured in a way that suggested intent. The intervals matched the patterns I had seen in the logs, the same timing that had repeated over decades. I took a step back. As I did, the access panels along the corridor began to change again. Light shifted from green to red, from unlocked to locked, in a sequence that moved toward me. The doors I had just checked started to close, one after another, the manual bars sliding back into place without any visible force. The shape in the corridor shifted slightly. It didn't advance in a continuous motion. It was closer than it had been a second before, occupying a larger portion of my field of view. The distortion in the air around it deepened, making it harder to focus on anything beyond it. I turned and moved. I didn't run at first. I kept a steady pace, eyes on the path ahead, listening to the doors closing behind me. The sound of the rhythmic vocalization followed, not echoing, not fading with distance in the way it should have. When I reached the elevator, the call button didn't respond. I pressed it again, harder, then checked the panel. No power failure, no fault indicator. The system simply didn't register the input. Behind me, the corridor had grown quieter. The door sounds had stopped. The vocalization had not. I took the stairs. The stairwell was narrow, concrete on all sides, with metal railings that vibrated slightly as I moved. The sound followed me there too, threading up through the levels without losing clarity. It didn't get louder or softer. It just remained constant, as if it existed independently of distance. By the time I reached the main floor, my breathing had gone shallow. I moved through the control room, grabbed my log tablet, and initiated the evacuation protocol. The system responded this time. Alarms triggered, not loud but persistent. Lights shifted throughout the facility, guiding toward exits that had likely never been used. I didn't wait to see if anyone else would respond. Outside, the air felt wrong in a way I couldn't quantify. The facility behind me remained still. No visible activity, no sign that anything had changed inside, beyond what I had witnessed. I filed my report from a distance, including every detail I could recall. The door logs, the audio patterns, the visual artifact, the physical encounter. I attached segments from the archives that matched my observations, highlighting the continuity across decades. I never received a response. The next day, access to the facility was revoked. My credentials no longer worked. When I tried to follow up, I was told the site had been scheduled for full evacuation and decommissioning due to systemic security failures. I've reviewed the footage I managed to copy before my access was cut. The corridor on B3 shows the doors opening and closing exactly as I described. The dust patterns shift without any visible cause. The audio track carries the same rhythmic vocalization I heard in person, but the camera never shows the shape. Instead, in the frames where I remember seeing it, there is only a slight distortion, the same kind I had observed earlier in the containment zone on B4, a vertical smearing that appears and disappears between frames. never resolving into a defined form. The timestamps align with the archives. Different nights, different people. The same sequence repeating. Door logs without mechanical cause. Rhythmic sound in empty spaces. Visual anomalies that only appear on certain feeds. And occasionally a report that ends abruptly, followed by a gap in the record. I don't know what the facility was built for. I don't know what occupied those spaces before they were emptied. I only know that whatever it was, it didn't rely on the systems the way we assumed. We built barriers that could be bypassed without being broken. We trusted logs that recorded events without physical counterparts. We monitored spaces that appeared empty while something persisted in them, detectable only through indirect means. The last frame I have from that night shows the B4 containment zone just before I left. The room is empty. The audio track carries the same pattern. And in the center of the frame, visible only when the image is adjusted, the distortion has widened enough to suggest a boundary, like the edge of something that doesn't register in direct view. It's closer to the camera than it had been before, and it's aligned with the door. I noticed the front door was already ajar before I reached it, the latch hanging loose as if someone had tested it and decided it wasn't worth the effort to close again. The hallway light inside flickered at a slow, uneven rhythm, casting long stretches of shadow that didn't quite line up with the walls I remembered. I stood there longer than I should have, hand hovering near the push bar, trying to reconcile the building in front of me with the one I'd entered every night for the past year. It was late enough that the street behind me had gone hollow, the kind of quiet where even your own footsteps feel intrusive. I told myself the lock must have broken earlier, that management would fix it in the morning, that nothing about this needed to feel wrong. Then I pushed the door open and stepped inside. The smell was the first thing. Not bad, not exactly, just different. My building usually carried that faint mix of detergent and old carpet. This was colder, like damp concrete after rain, even though it hadn't rained in days. I kept moving anyway, shoes soft against the worn floor, telling myself that buildings change, that maybe I just hadn't noticed before. I pressed the elevator button out of habit. It didn't light up. I pressed it again, harder this time, and still nothing. And that's when I noticed the panel was missing a screw, hanging slightly crooked, like someone had tried to pull it loose. The stairwell door to the right stood open an inch, breathing out a draft that felt colder than it should have. I didn't like the idea of taking the stairs, but I liked standing there even less. So I slipped through the door and started up. Somewhere between the first and second landing, I realized I'd taken a different route home. It wasn't intentional. I'd left the bus stop like always, but there had been a detour sign, or maybe construction fencing, something that pushed me one block over. I remembered thinking it didn't matter, that all the streets here ran parallel anyway. I remembered the alley I cut through to save time, the way the light didn't quite reach the far end of it, and I remembered the feeling of being watched. I stopped on the landing and listened. Nothing behind me, nothing above, just the low hum of something mechanical, distant and constant. I told myself it was the building's heating system, even though it sounded too steady for that. I kept climbing. By the time I reached what should have been my floor, I was already uneasy enough that I checked the number on the wall twice. The paint was chipped, but it still read the same. Same floor, same layout, same narrow corridor stretching out in both directions. I turned left toward my apartment. Halfway down the hall, I heard a door close behind me. It wasn't loud, just a soft click, like someone being careful not to draw attention. I turned immediately, expecting to see one of my neighbors, maybe someone heading out late. The hallway behind me was empty. I stood there, waiting for movement, for a second sound, for anything that would explain it. Nothing came. That was when the unease shifted into something sharper. I reached my door and slid my key into the lock. It resisted for a second, then turned with a stiffness I didn't recognize. When I pushed the door open, I hesitated again. The furniture was wrong. Not drastically. At a glance, it looked like my place. Couch in the same position. Table near the window. But the details didn't line up. The couch fabric was darker, the table scratched in places mine wasn't. The air inside carried that same damp smell from the stairwell. I didn't step in. Instead, I pulled the door closed again, slowly, and stood there with my hand still on the knob. That's when I heard movement at the far end of the hall. A figure had appeared where there hadn't been one before, standing near the corner where the corridor bent out of sight. I couldn't make out details at first, just the outline of someone facing in my direction. They didn't move, they didn't call out, they just stood there. I told myself it was a neighbor, that I was overreacting, but something about the way they held still, the way they seemed to be waiting rather than simply existing, made my chest tighten. I stepped away from my door. The figure shifted, not a full step, just enough to suggest intention, enough to tell me they were aware of me in a way that wasn't casual. I turned and walked back toward the stairwell, forcing myself not to run. The sound of my own footsteps felt too loud again, echoing off walls that suddenly seemed closer together than before. I didn't look back until I reached the door. When I did, the figure was closer, not by much, but enough. I pushed into the stairwell and started down. This time, I didn't stop on the landings. I moved faster, hands sliding along the rail, breath tightening in my throat. The hum I'd heard earlier seemed louder now, vibrating through the walls, through the metal under my hand. Behind me, the stairwell door opened. I didn't need to see it to know. I picked up speed, taking the steps 2 at a time, nearly slipping once when my foot caught the edge of a worn tread. I caught myself and kept going, the rhythm of my movement breaking into something uneven and urgent. The door at the bottom burst open when I hit it, slamming against the wall. I stumbled out into the lobby and didn't stop there. I pushed through the front entrance and into the street. The night air hit me like a reset, sharp and real, but the street wasn't right. The buildings were wrong. The angles didn't match what I knew. Even the streetlights cast a different color, colder, more clinical. I turned in a slow circle, trying to orient myself, trying to find something familiar. That's when I saw him again. He was standing across the street now, under one of those pale lights. Same stillness, same direct focus. No hesitation this time. I ran. I didn't think about direction, I just moved, turning corners at random, cutting through alleys that looked like they belonged to a different part of the city. The ground shifted from pavement to cracked concrete to something uneven that caught at my shoes. Behind me, I heard footsteps. Not fast, not sprinting, just steady, consistent, like someone who knew they didn't need to rush. I cut through a narrow passage between 2 buildings and nearly collided with a wall at the other end. It forced me left, into another alley that smelled like rust and old water. The space tightened around me, the walls rising higher, blocking out what little light there was. My breathing got louder. My thoughts got thinner. I glanced back once. He was there, entering the alley at the same measured pace. I pushed harder, legs burning now, lungs pulling in air that didn't feel like enough. The alley opened into a wider space, a small courtyard maybe, surrounded by more buildings that all looked slightly off, like copies made from memory rather than reality. There was a door on the far side. Light leaked from beneath it, warm and steady. It looked more normal than anything else I'd seen since leaving my apartment. Without slowing down, I ran straight for it and shoved it open. Inside, the air changed immediately, warmer, cleaner, familiar in a way that made my chest loosen just slightly. I closed the door behind me and leaned against it, listening. No footsteps, no movement, just silence. I stayed there for a long moment, waiting for the handle to turn, for a shadow to pass under the door, for anything that would confirm he'd followed me inside. Nothing happened. Slowly, I straightened and looked around. It looked like a lobby, different from mine, but close enough that my brain tried to fill in the gaps. Same general layout, same kind of furniture, even the same type of bulletin board near the mailboxes. Relief came in a wave that felt almost physical. I told myself I'd just gotten turned around, that the detour had led me farther than I realized. that this was another building in the same complex, or something close enough that I could find my way back in the morning. I took the stairs again, but this time slower, more controlled. Each step felt heavier now that the immediate threat seemed to have faded. By the time I reached the second floor, the sky outside the narrow stairwell window had started to lighten, a dull gray pushing out the night. Dawn. That helped. It made everything feel less severe, less like something that could spiral out of control. I stepped into the hallway. It looked normal, more normal than the first one. The proportions felt right. The lighting didn't flicker. The doors were evenly spaced, each with numbers that made sense in sequence. I found one that felt right. I didn't question it this time. I just unlocked it and went inside. The layout matched what I expected. Couch, table, window. The details lined up better too, enough that I let myself believe I was back where I belonged. I locked the door behind me and finally let myself sit down. For a while, I just stayed there, listening to the quiet, letting my breathing settle. The sky outside grew brighter, shifting from gray to a washed-out blue that made the room feel more grounded. I stood up and moved toward the kitchen. That's when I noticed the photograph on the wall. I didn't have any photographs on my walls. I stepped closer. It showed the hallway outside, the one I'd just come through. But the angle was wrong, like it had been taken from a position too high to be natural. The lighting in the photo was dimmer than it should have been, the shadows stretching in directions that didn't match the fixtures I'd seen. And at the far end of the hallway, barely visible, was a figure, standing still, facing the camera. My chest tightened again, slower this time, more controlled but no less intense. I turned away from the photograph and looked back at the room. The couch fabric was slightly darker than I remembered. The table had scratches. The air carried that faint, damp smell. I walked to the door and opened it just enough to look into the hallway. It wasn't the same one I'd come through. The proportions were off again. The light had shifted. The numbers on the doors didn't follow any sequence I recognized. Somewhere in the building, a door closed. Soft, careful. I stepped back inside and shut mine. The sound louder than I intended. I stood there, hand still on the knob, listening as the faint hum returned, vibrating through the walls like something alive but distant. The sense of recognition I'd felt moments ago drained away, leaving something colder in its place. I wasn't back home. I wasn't even sure I'd ever been in my building at all that night. And somewhere in the structure around me, moving at a pace that didn't need to hurry, was the same presence that had followed me through the alley, through the streets, through every wrong turn I'd made since stepping off my usual path. I stayed there until the light outside fully broke, hoping daylight would fix it, would snap everything back into place. It didn't. The hallway beyond my door shifted subtly each time I checked it, like it couldn't settle on a single version of itself. The photograph on the wall remained unchanged, the figure at the far end still watching, still waiting. By the time I realized the layout of the apartment itself was starting to drift, small things, like the distance between the couch and the window, the angle of the kitchen counter, I understood something I hadn't wanted to accept. I hadn't escaped anything. I had just gone deeper into it. I noticed the first message at 6:12 a.m. while I was still in bed, staring at the ceiling and trying to convince myself to get up. The notification sat there longer than it should have, as if the phone itself didn't want me to open it. The sender's name was one I hadn't seen active in months. Evan. I tapped it before I could talk myself out of it. The screen loaded a single image, no text, just a photo. It was my kitchen. The angle was wrong though, slightly too high, tilted downward like it had been taken from someone taller than me standing near the fridge. The lighting matched exactly. Morning light through the blinds, the thin stripe pattern across the counter. Even the mug I'd left out last night was there, positioned just off center. Except in the photo, the mug was facing the opposite direction. I didn't move right away. I stared at the image, then at the doorway leading out of my bedroom. The apartment was quiet. No footsteps, no sound of anyone else breathing. I lived alone. Evan's account had been inactive since the funeral. I got up slowly and walked to the kitchen. The air felt normal, stale from sleep. The counter looked exactly as I remembered it, except for one thing, the mug. It was turned. The handle pointed left. I always left it facing right. I stood there for a long time, trying to reconstruct when I might have absent-mindedly moved it. There was no memory of it, no gap I could point to and say, "That's when it happened." I went back to my phone. The message had no caption, no timestamp beyond the standard, no sign of editing. I checked the account. Same profile picture, same old posts, nothing new, no indication that anyone else had taken control of it. Evan had been gone for 3 months. I told myself it was a glitch. A hacked account, maybe? Someone messing with me, though. I couldn't think of who would go that far or why. Then another message came in. This time I was watching the phone when it happened. The screen lit up in my hand. Same sender. Another image. My living room. I didn't need to look up to know something would be off, but I did anyway. The couch, the coffee table, the stack of mail I hadn't sorted through yet. It all looked ordinary. Then I looked back at the image. The stack of mail was spread out in the photo, fanned across the table like someone had gone through it carefully. In reality, it was still in a neat pile. My throat tightened. I walked over slowly and touched the stack. It felt undisturbed. I stood there staring at it, trying to decide whether to leave it as it was or test the pattern. I didn't have to decide. Behind me, there was a soft sound, paper shifting. I turned. The mail was no longer stacked. It lay spread across the table exactly like in the photo. I stepped back so quickly, I hit the edge of the couch. My hands were shaking now, not violently, but enough that I couldn't hold them steady. I grabbed the phone again. No new messages, just the 2 images. I called the number attached to the account. It rang once, then went to a disconnected tone. I tried again. Same result. For the rest of the day, I didn't leave the apartment. I moved through it slowly, checking corners, opening closets, looking for anything out of place. There were no signs of forced entry, no hidden devices that I could see, no explanation that made sense. By evening, I convinced myself it had to be some kind of elaborate prank. Someone with access, someone who knew me well enough to recreate my space, someone who had access to Evan's account. That thought sat heavier than the others. Evan and I had known each other since college. He was the only one who knew certain things about me. Small details, habits I didn't think about, things I never told anyone else. That night, I locked every door and window and left the lights on. The next message came just after midnight. No image this time, just a string of numbers, coordinates. I didn't recognize them immediately, but something about the format felt deliberate. I copied them into a map app. The location pinned instantly. The cemetery. Not just any section. The exact area where Evan had been buried. I sat there staring at the map, my chest tight, my mind running through possibilities I didn't want to entertain. There was no reason for anyone else to send me that location. No reason to tie all of this back to him, and I stopped that line of thinking before it could finish. The next morning, I contacted the local authorities. I kept it simple. I told them I'd been receiving messages from a deceased friend's account, that the messages included images of my home I couldn't explain, and now coordinates to a cemetery. They listened. They took notes. They asked if anyone else had access to my apartment, if I had any disputes with anyone, if I was under stress. I answered everything as clearly as I could. They agreed to check the cemetery with me, mostly, I think, to rule out anything physical. We went that afternoon. The sky was overcast, the kind of gray that flattened everything into the same dull tone. The ground was still damp from rain the night before. I led them to the spot. Evan's grave marker was exactly as I remembered it. Clean, undisturbed. One of the officers walked the perimeter, scanning for signs of tampering. Another stood near me, watching my reaction more than the sight itself. There was nothing obvious at first. Then my phone vibrated again. I looked down. Another image. I didn't want to open it. I already knew what it would be. I opened it anyway. The photo showed the grave, but not from where I was standing. It was closer, lower to the ground, focused on the base of the marker. There was something there in the image that I couldn't see in real life. A small dark rectangle partially embedded in the soil. I lowered the phone and stepped closer to the grave. The officers noticed the shift immediately. "What is it?" one of them asked. I didn't answer. I crouched down and brushed my hand across the damp dirt at the base of the marker. At first I felt nothing but mud. Then my fingers hit something solid. I froze. The officer moved in closer, crouching beside me. "What did you find?" I cleared more dirt away. Slowly, carefully, a device. Modern, compact, not something that belonged in a cemetery. It looked like a phone, but slightly different. No visible branding. The screen was dark. The officer took over, pulling it free with a gloved hand. He turned it over, examining it from all angles. "Did you put this here?" he asked. I shook my head. He pressed the power button. The screen lit up instantly. There was no lock screen, no apps visible, just a single open thread, my name at the top, and below it the same images I had received. The kitchen, the living room, the grave, all of them. The timestamps matched exactly. My stomach dropped. The officer scrolled further. There were messages I hadn't seen, drafts. Images queued but not sent. Each one showed a different part of my apartment, different angles, different times of day. Some of them included me, sleeping, sitting on the couch, standing at the sink, all from perspectives that shouldn't have been possible. I felt the air leave my lungs in a slow, controlled way, like my body was trying to keep me from panicking. "How long has this been going on?" the officer asked. "I don't know," I said. My voice sounded distant, like it belonged to someone else. He handed the device to his partner. They exchanged a look I couldn't read. "We're gonna take this in," he said. "We'll have it analyzed." I nodded, but my focus was still on the screen, on the images I hadn't seen before. One of them stood out. It was dated 2 days before the first message I received. The image showed my bedroom. The angle was from the corner near the ceiling. I was lying in bed, staring at my phone, exactly like I had been that morning, except in the photo there was something else. A faint reflection in the black screen of my phone. A shape behind me, not clear enough to identify, not detailed enough to confirm anything, just there. The officers finished their inspection and told me they'd be in touch. They asked me to stay somewhere else for a few days, just as a precaution. I agreed. I packed a bag that night and left the apartment without turning off the lights. For the next few days, I stayed with a friend. I didn't tell them everything, just enough to explain why I didn't want to be alone. The authorities contacted me once. They said the device was still under analysis. No conclusions yet. They asked if I had noticed anything else unusual. I told them no. That wasn't entirely true. The messages had stopped after the cemetery, but the sense of being observed hadn't. It wasn't constant. It came in small, quiet moments. When I was brushing my teeth, when I was sitting in a room that should have felt familiar, I started checking reflections more often. Windows, screens, anything that could show me what was behind me. I never saw anything definitive, just the possibility of it. A week later, I returned to my apartment during the day. I told myself it was safe, that whatever had been happening was tied to that device, and now it was gone. The place looked exactly as I had left it. Nothing out of order, nothing moved. I walked through each room slowly, retracing my steps from the first day. When I reached the kitchen, I stopped. The mug was back on the counter, handle facing right. I hadn't touched it since that morning. I stood there for a long time, staring at it, waiting for something to shift, to confirm or deny what I was thinking. Nothing happened. I checked my phone. No new messages, no notifications. Just the same empty screen. But when I opened the messaging app, there was a draft waiting from Evan's account. No image this time, just text. A single line, something only he and I would understand. A reference to a conversation we had years ago, one I had never written down, never shared. My hands went cold. I didn't reply. I didn't delete it either. I just stared at it, trying to decide which was worse, that someone else knew, or that no one else needed to. That night, I sat in the dark with my phone face down on the table, listening to the quiet of the apartment, aware of every small sound the building made. At some point, without touching the device, the screen lit up. I didn't pick it up. I watched the light reflect faintly on the wall, shifting as if something on the screen was changing. It stayed on longer than a normal notification. Then it went dark again. I waited a few minutes before reaching for it. When I finally turned it over, there was nothing new. No message. No draft. Just my reflection in the black screen. For a second, it looked like there was something behind me again. I turned immediately. The room was empty. When I looked back down, the screen had gone completely dark, absorbing the light around it, showing nothing at all. I first noticed the road because it shouldn't have been there. We had been following a narrow county route that cut through dry farmland, the kind that stretches flat and quiet for miles without interruption. My map app showed nothing but open acreage ahead, yet the asphalt bent off to the right in a clean, deliberate curve. No markings, no signpost, just a road that looked maintained but unacknowledged. I slowed without thinking, my eyes moving from the windshield to the dead signal bars on my phone. It felt like an oversight, something small and human, a forgotten turnoff, a service road that never made it into the system. I told myself that as I eased the wheel and followed it. We were 3 in the car, myself and 2 friends who had been trading navigation duties all afternoon. Neither of them questioned the turn at first. The silence in the car had grown thick with travel fatigue, and the sight of anything new seemed to cut through it. The fields changed gradually. What had been dry and unworked gave way to patches of low crops, then rows of something greener, more deliberate. Fences appeared. Not the rusted wire kind, but sturdy wood, evenly spaced, recently painted. There were structures too, sheds at first, then houses, small, close to the road, each one built in a similar style that felt out of place in a modern landscape. I remember thinking that the architecture looked older than it should have been. Not aged, but preserved. No satellite dishes, no visible power lines. The windows were clear, but oddly still, as if nothing moved behind them. The first person we saw was standing near a fence line, holding something in both hands. I couldn't tell what it was until we got closer, and even then it didn't quite resolve. A tool, maybe. The man didn't wave. He didn't step back. He simply turned his head in a slow, precise motion and watched us pass. We drove another 100 yards before anyone spoke. One of my companions made a quiet remark about how none of this showed up on the map. The other pointed out the lack of vehicles. Not a single one in any driveway, not even an old truck or a piece of machinery. The road itself remained smooth, almost too smooth, without cracks or patches. I told them we could turn around if it felt wrong. No one answered immediately. We kept going. The settlement revealed itself all at once, like we had crossed an invisible boundary. The houses clustered closer together, forming a loose grid around a central open space. There was a well or something like it, built from stone and fitted with a wooden frame. People were gathered nearby. Not many, but enough to give the impression of a functioning community. They all looked at us. It wasn't subtle. Conversation stopped, movement slowed, and heads turned in unison. The effect was so synchronized that it felt rehearsed. I eased the car to a stop near the edge of the open area, unsure whether continuing forward would be interpreted as intrusion. No one approached right away. They simply watched. I stepped out of the car first. It's a habit I've developed when something feels uncertain. I moved toward it instead of waiting for it to come to me. The air carried a faint scent of soil and smoke. Not unpleasant, just present. I raised a hand in a casual greeting. One of the older men near the well responded after a delay that felt too long. He nodded once, then spoke in a measured tone that sounded formal, almost practiced. His words were clear. but structured in a way that felt out of time. Not archaic exactly, but deliberate, as if each sentence had been arranged beforehand. He asked where we had come from, not in a curious way, but in a way that suggested he already knew we didn't belong. I explained that we were passing through and hadn't realized there was a settlement here. He listened without interrupting. The others around him remained still, their attention fixed on the exchange. One of my companions joined me, adding a brief comment about needing directions back to the main road. The man acknowledged this with another nod, then gestured toward a house at the edge of the square. He indicated that we could rest there, that someone would provide what we needed. His phrasing was careful, almost ceremonial. It didn't feel like an offer so much as a step in a process. We hesitated. I remember weighing the situation in practical terms. The car was fine. We had fuel. There was no immediate threat, but something about the uniformity of their behavior pressed against my instincts. Still, declining outright felt like escalating something we didn't understand. So we agreed, if only to avoid drawing more attention. The house was simple inside. Wooden floors, sparse furniture, no visible modern fixtures. There were items that didn't belong, objects that stood out because they were unmistakably recent. A plastic water bottle on a shelf, a piece of clothing that matched current styles, a set of keys resting on a table. I recognized the brand on the bottle. It was something you'd pick up at a gas station, not something that would appear naturally in a place like this. My companions noticed it too. One of them picked up the keys, turning them over slowly. There was a small tag attached, worn but legible. A name partially faded and a number. We didn't say anything about it at first. The implications settled in quietly, filling the space between us. More items revealed themselves as we looked closer. A phone without a charger. A backpack tucked behind a chair. None of it was arranged like belongings. It was more like storage, as if these things had been collected and set aside without purpose. The realization didn't arrive all at once. It built in layers, each observation reinforcing the last. These weren't discarded items. They were taken. I stepped outside to get a clearer look at the settlement. The people were still in the open area, but their positions had shifted slightly. They weren't watching the house directly, yet their orientation suggested awareness. One of them began to move, and the others followed in a sequence that felt too precise to be casual. They dispersed along the edges of the square, forming a loose perimeter without any visible signal. I went back inside and told the others we needed to leave. We moved quickly but without panic. The goal was to appear calm, to avoid triggering whatever pattern we had stepped into. We gathered our things and headed for the car. It started without issue. The engine turned over cleanly, the dashboard lights flickering on as expected. I shifted into reverse and began to back out. That's when it stalled. It wasn't gradual. The engine cut out mid-motion, leaving us in a sudden, complete silence. I tried again. The ignition responded, but the engine refused to catch. No sputter, no struggle, just absence. My companions exchanged a look that didn't need explanation. We were being held in place. Outside, the movement had resumed. The people in the square were converging again, their paths intersecting in a way that suggested coordination. The man we had spoken to earlier stepped forward, his gaze fixed on the car. He didn't rush. None of them did. They approached with a steady, measured pace as if time was not a factor. I made one more attempt to start the engine. Nothing. We got out of the car. The man addressed us again, his tone unchanged. He spoke of the evening, of a gathering that would take place as the light faded. His words framed it as something inevitable, something that followed a pattern we had unknowingly entered. I asked directly what was happening. He didn't answer the question. Instead, he gestured toward the center of the settlement, where preparations had begun. A structure was being assembled, wood arranged in a circular formation, stacked with care. A fire, or the foundation of one. Nearby, a figure was being guided into position, not dragged, not forced in a way that would draw attention, but held firmly by two others. The person didn't struggle. That was the part that unsettled me the most. Their posture was compliant, Their movements aligned with those around them. The light was fading now, the sky shifting from late afternoon to the first signs of dusk. Shadows stretched across the ground, merging with the shapes of the buildings. We were led toward the edge of the gathering, not restrained, but positioned. The implication was clear. We were to observe. The fire was lit as the last of the daylight slipped away. Flames rose steadily, casting a warm, uneven glow over the assembled group. Their faces reflected the light in a way that made their expressions harder to read. The figure at the center was secured in place, not with anything visible, but with the presence of those around them. The arrangement of bodies created a boundary that felt more effective than any physical restraint. The man began to speak again, his voice carrying over the crackle of the fire. The words were structured, rhythmic, almost like a recitation. The others responded at intervals, their voices aligning in a pattern that suggested long practice. I felt a shift in the atmosphere, something subtle but undeniable. The synchronization we had noticed earlier intensified, becoming more pronounced. Movements aligned, voices matched in tone and timing. My focus narrowed to the edges of the gathering. I was looking for gaps, for any break in the pattern that could be used to move without drawing attention. One appeared briefly as two of the participants adjusted their positions near the perimeter. It wasn't much, but it was enough. I signaled to the others with a slight movement of my hand. We didn't speak. We didn't need to. We moved. The key was to match their pace at first, to blend into the rhythm of the group. Then as the gap widened, we shifted direction, stepping out of the formation and into the darker space between the buildings. No one called out, no one broke from the pattern to follow. The ritual continued, uninterrupted. We reached the car and tried the engine again. This time it responded. The ignition caught, the engine turning over with a low, steady hum. I didn't question it. I put the car in gear and drove. The road out of the settlement was the same one we had entered, but it felt different now. The houses receded into the darkness, their windows reflecting the diminishing firelight. The fields returned, the fences, the open land. We didn't speak until the main road reappeared, marked clearly on the map, as if it had always been there. I checked the mirrors once, just to be sure. There was nothing behind us but empty road and the faint outline of farmland. We drove for another hour before stopping. When we did, I looked at the items we had seen in that house, the ones that didn't belong. I thought about the way they had been arranged, not discarded, but kept, and I realized that if the engine hadn't started when it did, our things would have been added to that collection, placed on a shelf in a room that looked untouched by time, waiting for the next group to notice them and understand too late what they meant. I took the overnight rotation because nobody else wanted the lower levels, and because I've always trusted systems more than people. The facility sat out past the service road where the asphalt gave up and the gravel took over. A concrete stack of sealed floors and redundant doors that were supposed to make incidents impossible. My job was to watch, log, and escalate only when the protocol said so. That first night, I noticed the logs were already ahead of me. The console kept a continuous record of alerts, all time-stamped, all categorized, motion flags, access pings, environmental variances. I scrolled back through the previous shift to get a feel for the rhythm. There was a pattern I didn't expect. Every few hours, a disturbance registered in Containment Zone C on Sublevel 3. The zone was listed as inactive, sealed years ago, with no assigned inventory and no scheduled access. Yet the same alert kept appearing. Acoustic anomaly detected. I checked the camera feeds. Zone C had 3 angles: corridor approach, interior wide, and a fixed lens facing the far wall. All 3 were clear, monochrome, a little grainy at that depth. Nothing moved. No one had badge access there, not on my list, not in the archived permissions. I cross-referenced the logs from the last month. Same alert, same zone, same phrasing, stretching back in a clean line like a heartbeat you don't notice until you do. I pulled older archives. The interface slowed as it loaded prior quarters, then prior years. The entries didn't stop. They were spaced irregularly, but they never disappeared. Different supervisors had added notes, short, clipped, all similar, verified false positive, no visible source, no mechanical fault. The names changed every few years, but the language didn't. I wrote my own note, careful and neutral. Observed recurring acoustic alerts from inactive zone. No visual confirmation. Continuing monitoring. It felt like I was signing something I hadn't read. Around midnight, the facility settled into that particular quiet that only happens when machines are doing exactly what they're supposed to. The ventilation kept a steady low pressure, the kind you feel more than hear. The cameras ran their silent loops. I kept the Zone C feeds pinned to the side of my screen. The first time I heard it, I thought it was bleed through from another channel. A soft rise and fall, not quite a hum, not quite a voice. I checked the audio levels. Only the interior mic in Zone C was active. The waveform looked wrong, too regular, too shaped, like it was following a pattern. I leaned closer, turned up the gain. It resolved into something rhythmic. Not words, not exactly. A sequence. The same rise and fall repeating, with a pause between cycles that stayed consistent down to the second. I marked the time, watched the waveform loop again. It wasn't random noise. It was structured, but there was no source. I switched to the corridor camera. Empty. The access panel showed green across the board. No doors had cycled. No maintenance routes were scheduled. I ran a quick diagnostic on the mic array. No faults reported. The system insisted everything was functioning within parameters. The next alert came through while I was still listening. Acoustic anomaly detected. The timestamp aligned with the peak of the waveform I was watching. The system was flagging the sound it was already recording, like it didn't trust itself. I went back to the archives and filtered for notes that mentioned audio. There were a few. Repetitive signal, non-linguistic, possible resonance from adjacent ducting, could not reproduce on inspection. One entry stood out because it broke the pattern. It was longer, written by someone who had stayed past their shift. Sound exhibits consistent interval, not machinery. Recommend physical verification. The next entry from a different name simply read, no anomaly found. System recalibrated. I checked the maintenance logs. There was no record of a recalibration. Around 0140, the interior camera for Zone C flickered. It wasn't a full cut, just a brief distortion like the image had been stretched and snapped back. I scrubbed the footage. The glitch lasted less than a second. When I slowed it down frame by frame, something moved across the far wall, an irregular shape, darker than the shadows, not matching any object I could identify in the room. I switched to the corridor camera again. Still empty. The access panel remained unchanged. I checked the other cameras on sublevel 3. All normal. The glitch had only affected the interior feed. I logged it. With a brief visual distortion. Unidentified shape present from one's on interior camera. No corresponding motion in adjacent feeds. My hand stayed steady. That's what training is for. The sound continued. Rise, fall, pause, rise, fall, pause. After a while, my brain started to anticipate it. I found myself counting without meaning to, tracking the interval. It stayed consistent, too consistent for something incidental. I opened the blueprint overlay for sublevel 3. Zone C sat at the end of a short corridor, backed by a solid wall that separated it from an older section of the facility that had been decommissioned. The note said the adjacent space was filled and sealed, no access points remaining. The ventilation map showed no ducts running directly into Zone C from that side. There was no obvious path for sound to travel through. At 0215, a new type of alert appeared. Access anomaly detected. It didn't specify a door, just flagged the sublevel. I checked the door logs. All remained locked. No badge reads, no manual overrides. The system had detected something it couldn't categorize. I brought up the security barrier status. Each door showed as engaged, with no mechanical faults. The pressure sensors along the seals read nominal. The system was telling me the barriers were intact. I stood up anyway. There's a point where monitoring stops being enough. It's not in the manual, but you feel it. I took a handheld, synced it to the feeds, and headed for the elevator. The ride down was smooth, uneventful. The doors opened onto sublevel 3, with the same quiet efficiency as always. The corridor to Zone C was short, lined with blank walls and evenly spaced lights that didn't flicker. The air felt cooler there, though the readouts on my handheld said the temperature was within normal range. I walked to the end, stopped a few feet from the door. Up close, the door looked like any other in the facility. Reinforced, sealed, with a panel to the right for badge access and manual override in case of emergency. The indicator light was green. I held my badge to the reader. It didn't react. No beep, no change in the light. I tried again. Nothing. I checked the handheld. The system still showed the door as locked and responsive. I toggled the manual override. The interface lagged, then returned an error I hadn't seen before. Action not available. Behind the door, the sound was clearer. The same rise and fall, the same pause. It filled the space in a way that made it hard to tell where it was coming from. I pressed my ear to the door. The metal was cold. The vibration was faint, but there, matching the pattern. I stepped back and looked at the seam around the door. The seal was intact. No gaps, no damage. I ran my fingers along the edge. Smooth. On my handheld, the interior camera feed glitched again. This time it held for longer, long enough for me to see the shape settle near the center of the frame. It wasn't a person. It wasn't anything I could match to a piece of equipment. It was an absence that moved like it had weight, like it occupied space the light couldn't fill. I switched to the corridor camera behind me. The hallway was empty. When I looked back at the door, the indicator light had changed from green to something between colors, a dim amber that pulsed in time with the sound. That wasn't a standard state. I knew the panel codes. There was no amber for locked, unlocked, or fault. I raised the handheld to report a systems issue. The connection stuttered, then dropped. The screen froze on the last frame of the interior feed. The shape still centered, the image slightly warped. The sound shifted. It didn't change pitch or volume. The pattern adjusted, just enough that my brain stopped anticipating it. The pause shortened. The rise extended. It felt deliberate. I took a step back from the door. The air pressure in the corridor changed. A subtle push against my chest like the ventilation had reversed for a moment. The lights above me dimmed, then returned to normal. Something touched the other side of the door. I didn't see it. I felt it through the metal, a contact that traveled into the frame and into the floor. The vibration matched the pattern, but it was stronger now, more defined. It moved from one side of the door to the other, tracing a path that didn't match any human height or reach. I forced myself to stay still, to observe. That's the job, that's the only thing that keeps you from making mistakes. The indicator light pulsed again, brighter. The seam of the door, perfectly flush a moment ago, showed a thin line of darkness, as if the seal had loosened by a fraction. No mechanical alert appeared. No alarm sounded. The system still believed everything was intact. I backed down the corridor, keeping the door in view. The handheld flickered back to life for a second, long enough to show the corridor camera behind me. There was a distortion in the frame, a wavering patch near the ceiling that wasn't visible when I turned to look at it directly. On the screen, it moved along the corridor, slow and steady, passing over the lights without affecting them. I turned back to the door. The line of darkness at the seam was wider now. Not open, not fully, just enough that the shape on the other side could press against it. The sound stopped. The silence that followed was worse. It wasn't the absence of noise. It was the absence of that pattern my brain had locked onto. Everything else, the ventilation, the faint hum of the lights, felt too loud by comparison. I realized I was holding my breath. I exhaled. Slow. Controlled. And in that moment, the door moved. It didn't swing or slide. It shifted. A minute displacement that shouldn't have been possible without triggering half a dozen alerts. The seam widened by another fraction, and from that thin line, something darker than the darkness behind it pushed forward, not crossing the threshold, just meeting it. There are limits to observation. There's a point where you stop being an observer and become part of the system you're watching. I turned and walked back to the elevator. I didn't run. Running would have meant panic, and panic leads to mistakes. I kept my pace even, my eyes forward. The corridor behind me stayed in my peripheral vision, the door at the end a fixed point. I refused to look at directly again. The elevator arrived faster than it should have. The doors opened without the usual pause. I stepped inside and hit the button for the main level. The panel didn't light up, but the doors closed anyway. As the elevator moved, the overhead camera feed on my handheld came back in bursts. Static, then image, then static again. In one of those brief clear frames, I saw the corridor on sublevel 3 from above. The distortion near the ceiling had spread, covering more of the frame, like a shadow that didn't respect the direction of the lights. It moved toward the elevator doors just as they closed. When I reached the main level, the control room was empty. My console still displayed the feeds, but they were degraded, lines of interference cutting through the images. The logs were still updating. Acoustic anomaly detected. Access anomaly detected. Over and over, faster now. The timestamps stacking on top of each other. I initiated a facility-wide alert. The system hesitated, then accepted the command. Evacuation protocols engaged. Alarms sounding through the levels below. A rising tone that cut through everything else. I didn't wait to see who responded. I grabbed the incident drive from the console, the one that stored local logs independent of the network, and headed for the exit. The doors along the way opened and closed as they should, but the timing felt off, like they were reacting to something just ahead of me, rather than to my badge. Outside, the night air hit colder than it should have for that time of year. The facility lights behind me cycled through their shutdown sequence, sections going dark in controlled intervals. The alarms continued for a while, then stopped all at once. I got in my car and drove until the gravel turned back into asphalt, until the building was out of sight. In the days that followed, there were briefings, questions about procedures, about logs, about why I had initiated a full evacuation. I provided the drive, I described what I had observed. I kept my language precise, limited to what I could confirm. They told me the systems had failed, a cascade of errors. They told me the logs were corrupted. They told me the anomalies were artifacts of malfunctioning sensors and outdated firmware. They told me the facility would remain closed until a full audit could be completed. I asked about Zone C. They said it had been empty for years. I asked about the archived logs, the recurring entries, the notes from previous staff. They said those records were incomplete, that historical data often contains inconsistencies. I didn't argue. There are limits to what you can prove when the system that records proof is the thing in question. I kept one copy of the footage on a personal device, just a few clips from the handheld before the connection dropped completely. The interior camera glitch, the corridor distortion. The moment the indicator light shifted to that impossible amber, when I play it back, the shape on the interior feed doesn't always appear. Sometimes it's just the empty room, the same blank walls, the same fixed camera. Other times there's a suggestion of movement, a darker patch that doesn't align with any object. The audio is consistent. Rise, fall, pause. Rise, fall, pause. It hasn't changed. Last night I noticed something I hadn't before. At the very end of one of the clips, just as the feed cuts to static, the pattern breaks. The pause shortens, the rise extends, the sequence adjusts in a way that feels like a response. I checked the timestamp. It matched the moment I turned away from the door. The system had been recording more than I thought. I don't work nights anymore. I avoid facilities like that, places where everything is sealed and controlled and monitored. But sometimes, when the house is quiet and the air settles into that same steady pressure, I hear it again, faint, structured, just at the edge of perception, as if it's coming through something that was never meant to carry sound. Rise, fall, pause, and sometimes just once. The pause isn't where it should be. I I shouldn't have recognized the jacket. It was draped over a rusted gurney in the admitting corridor. Sleeves folded like someone had just set it down to wash their hands. Gray canvas, torn cuff, a strip of reflective tape stitched crooked along the back. I knew it because I'd filmed Mark wearing it 2 weeks earlier, when we crawled through a drainage culvert on the east side of the city. He'd joked about the tape making him visible to ghosts. I remember that clearly because I cut the line into the final edit. Mark was standing behind me now, flashlight angled low, breathing steady. The jacket was 10 feet in front of us, inside a building that had been sealed for years. We had come in at dusk through a service entrance we'd found on an old facilities map. The place used to be a long-term care hospital before it shut down after some funding collapse. That was the official story. The unofficial ones were why we picked it. We do this kind of thing for footage, and for the pull of it. Empty places that still feel occupied. The corridor smelled like damp paper and old cleaner. The floors were a mosaic of cracked tiles, the pattern repeating down a long hall that ended in a set of double doors chained from the other side. Our lights picked up dust drifting in the air like fine snow. No one spoke when I stepped closer to the gurney. I didn't want to give the moment a shape. I just reached out and pinched the sleeve between my fingers. It was cold and dry. There was a small burn mark near the pocket that I remembered too. A melted circle from when Mark leaned too close to a space heater on a winter Explorer. I turned and held it up. He shook his head before I could say anything. His face had gone tight, the kind of expression he gets when something doesn't line up. We checked the pockets. Nothing. No keys, no wallet, no tags. The zipper pull was missing. Same as his. I felt a slow, practical irritation push up through the unease. It had to be a match, not the same item. That was the only way it made sense. We set it back down and kept moving. There were 4 of us. Me, Mark, Jess, and Lila. We'd split up before, but not here, not yet. The main floor was a loop of wards and offices, each room stripped in a different way. Some had bare beds bolted to the floor. Others were emptied down to the studs. In one office, we found a desk with a stack of intake forms dated a year after the place supposedly closed. The ink was dark, not faded. The names were typed, but the signatures were all different hands. Jess filmed while I flipped through them. The dates were recent enough to feel wrong. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe someone had used the space unofficially. A clinic that never filed paperwork. It would explain the forms. It didn't explain the jacket. We found more things like that. A plastic bin of personal items in a storage room, each sealed in a bag with a name and a date. A pair of shoes that still had dirt on the soles, as if someone had taken them off mid-step. A phone charger plugged into a wall outlet that didn't have power. It felt less like a place that had been abandoned, and more like a place that had been paused. The sound started while we were in a stairwell that led down to the lower levels. We heard it through the concrete first. A faint, hollow rhythm that didn't belong to any of us. It was too regular to be random, too soft to be machinery. It sounded like someone moving furniture slowly across a floor. We stopped and listened. The sound came from below. The door at the bottom of the stairs was secured with a heavy bar across the handle. The bar was rusted in place, the brackets bolted into the wall. There was no gap, no way to open it from our side without tools we didn't have. The sound continued on the other side. A scrape, a pause, another scrape. Jess lifted her camera and angled it toward the door. Mark leaned in and put his ear against the metal. I watched his shoulders tighten. He stepped back and shook his head again, smaller this time, like he didn't trust his own reaction. We didn't force it. That wasn't our style. If something is sealed, you leave it sealed. We turned away and took a different stairwell. The second one led to a basement that shouldn't have been as large as it was. The building's footprint above ground didn't match the space we found below. The ceiling was low, the walls unfinished concrete, and the air had that still, heavy quality you get in places without ventilation. Our lights didn't reach the far edges cleanly. The beams seemed to get absorbed. We moved in a line, close enough to see each other's shoulders. I kept the map open on my phone, even though it had already stopped matching what we were seeing. Corridors branched at angles that weren't on any plan. Doors appeared where there should have been solid walls. We marked our path with chalk on the concrete, arrows pointing back toward the stairs. It's a habit we picked up after getting turned around in a factory years ago. It usually works. It didn't work here. The first time we noticed it was when one of our arrows pointed the wrong way. I was at the front scanning for the next turn when I saw the mark on the wall ahead. It was ours. Same chalk, same hand, but the arrow pointed deeper into the basement, not back toward the stairs. I went cold in a way that felt physical, like a drop in temperature under my skin. I checked the last few turns in my head, retracing our path. There was no way we doubled back without noticing. We hadn't crossed our own trail. I walked up to the mark and touched it. The chalk smudged under my fingers. Fresh. Mark said something behind me, low and controlled. He wanted to stick together, no more branching. Jess kept filming, but I could hear the shift in her breathing. Lila moved closer, her light overlapping mine so the shadows didn't have room to move. We chose a direction and kept going. The sounds followed us down there, not constant but present. A soft dragging at first, then something lighter, like steps that didn't quite land. Once we heard a knock from behind a wall that had no door. It was a single solid impact, then nothing. We tested one of the doors we found. It opened into a narrow room lined with shelves. On the shelves were more bags like the ones upstairs, each labeled, each sealed. The dates were all within the last few months. The names were different from the intake forms. There was no system we could see, no order. I picked up one bag and held it to the light. Inside was a watch, stopped at a time that meant nothing to me. The second hand was bent. There was a faint smear on the inside of the plastic, as if something had pressed against it from within. I set it back down and closed the door. We tried to head back after that. It wasn't a discussion. The decision moved through the group without words. The place had crossed a line from empty to active, and we had no way to understand how or why. The chalk marks didn't lead us out. They looped. They contradicted each other. We'd follow an arrow for a few turns and find it pointing back toward where we'd come from. We started leaving double marks, then triple, then symbols we agreed on in the moment. It didn't matter. The walls kept presenting us with versions of our own path that didn't match our memory. At one point, we found a stretch of corridor where the marks were layered on top of each other. Dozens of them. All ours, all slightly different, as if we had passed through the same place over and over again, each time making a new decision that didn't hold. That was when the environment began to feel responsive. It's hard to describe without making it sound like more than it was. There were no moving walls, no visible shifts. It was subtler. We would choose a direction, and the sounds would reposition ahead of us, just out of reach. We would hesitate, and something would happen behind us. A faint impact, a brush of air that didn't match any movement we made. The sense was that our choices were being met with adjustments, as if the space was calibrating itself around us. Mark took the lead then. He has a way of cutting through uncertainty by imposing a plan. He picked a wall and said we'd follow it, keeping it on our right. No deviations. It's a basic method for navigating mazes. It assumes the structure is consistent. We followed the wall. It led us through a series of turns that felt too regular, like a pattern repeating. The concrete texture changed under our lights. Smoother in some places, rougher in others, as if sections had been poured at different times. We passed doors that were identical down to the scuffs on the handles. We passed a junction where 3 corridors met, all with the same dimensions, the same marks on the floor. The sound stopped. The silence that replaced them was worse. It wasn't just the absence of noise. It was a pressure, a held breath that extended beyond us. I became aware of my own movements in a way that felt exposed. The scrape of my boot, the shift of my jacket, the small click of my flashlight switch. Each one seemed too loud. We came to a door that was different. It was metal, heavy, with a small rectangular window set at eye level. The glass was wired, the kind used in institutional settings. The handle was clean, free of rust. as if it had been used recently. There was no chalk mark on the wall beside it. I stepped closer and looked through the window. The room on the other side was lit, not brightly, but enough to see shapes. There were tables arranged in rows, each with a chair. On the tables were objects, personal items like the ones we'd found in the bags, watches, wallets, keys, small things that anchor a person to a place. They were laid out in a way that felt deliberate, not stored but displayed. At the far end of the room there was a counter. Behind it, a wall with a series of hooks. On the hooks hung clothing, gray canvas, reflective tape. I didn't see anyone. I didn't see movement. But I had the distinct sense of being observed from within that room, as if there were a point of focus that I couldn't locate. I stepped back. Mark moved in and looked. He didn't stay as long as I did. He pulled away quickly and rubbed his face, a gesture I'd seen him use when he needed to reset. We didn't open the door. We turned and continued along the wall. The next corridor felt narrower. The ceiling dipped. The air changed. A faint current moving against us as if from a distant source. I realized after a moment that we were hearing something again, but not from ahead or behind. It was above us, a soft, irregular tapping like someone walking across a floor that should have been sealed. We stopped. The tapping shifted position, tracking our halt. It moved to a point directly overhead, and then ceased. No one suggested going back. That option had already been tried in different forms. The only way was forward. We moved faster. The corridors began to straighten, the turns less frequent. The wall on our right became continuous, unbroken by doors. The floor sloped upward slightly, a detail that brought a surge of relief. Up meant closer to an exit, or at least a change. The chalk marks started to make sense again. We found a sequence that aligned with our memory, arrows that pointed consistently in one direction. The sense of being guided replaced the earlier confusion, but it wasn't comforting. It felt like a channel we were being directed into. The air grew cooler. We reached a set of stairs. They were concrete, wide enough for two people to walk side by side. The railings were intact, the paint chipped but present. The stairs led up to a landing with a door at the top. The door was ajar. Light filtered through the gap, a dull gray that matched the evening we had left above ground. I checked my watch. The time didn't make sense. We had been down there longer than it showed. We climbed. Each step felt like a negotiation with the space behind us. I expected something to change, for the stairs to extend or the door to recede. It didn't. The geometry held. At the top, I pushed the door open with my shoulder. We emerged into a corridor that matched the one we had entered hours earlier. The same cracked tiles, the same chain on the double doors at the far end. The air felt different, less dense, but the smell was the same. We didn't stop. We moved through the corridor, past the admitting desk, past the gurney. The jacket was gone. In its place was a different item, a pair of gloves I recognized as mine, black with a small tear at the thumb. I had been wearing them when we came in. I looked down at my hands. They were bare. I didn't go back for the gloves. We reached the service entrance and stepped out into the evening. The sky had the flat, dim color of a day ending without a sunset. The air outside felt too open, too thin. We didn't speak until we were in the car. Even then, it wasn't about what we had seen. It was practical, fragmented. We checked our gear, our footage, our time. The cameras had recorded, but the audio was inconsistent. The sounds we had heard were faint, almost lost under our own movement. The chalk marks appeared on video in ways that didn't match our recollection. Sometimes present before we made them, sometimes missing after. Back at home, I reviewed the footage alone. There is a segment from the basement where the camera pans across a wall, and for a brief moment you can see a mark that isn't ours. It's not chalk. It's darker, like a stain, and it forms a shape that could be an arrow or could be something else. It points in a direction we didn't take. The timestamp on that segment is earlier than it should be. I went back to the hospital a week later during the day. The service entrance was sealed, not chained or boarded, but filled in, as if the wall had always been continuous. The concrete was smooth, unbroken. There was no sign of a door. I walked the perimeter. Every access point we had noted was gone, or inaccessible. Windows that had been open were now intact. The building presented itself as a closed system. I stood there for a long time, trying to reconcile what I knew with what I could see. On my way back to the car, I checked my bag. The gloves were inside, folded neatly on top of my equipment. I hadn't put them there. I know that because I had made a point of leaving them behind. They smelled faintly of that place. Damp paper and old cleaner. I haven't gone back. Sometimes, when I'm editing, I'll catch a sound in the background of a clip that I don't remember recording. A soft, irregular tapping, just at the edge of hearing. It doesn't align with any movement on screen. It doesn't match the environment I was in at the time. It's always overhead. And once, when I paused on a frame to adjust the color, I saw something in the reflection of a dark surface. Not a figure, not anything defined, just a distortion that suggested a presence, occupying a space that should have been empty. It was positioned as if it were watching me work. I closed the file and stepped away. The next day, the project folder was reorganized. Clips had been moved into new sequences, arranged in a way that formed a path. When I played them in order, the transitions were seamless, each cut leading to the next without a break, as if the footage had been shot that way on purpose. The final clip ends on the admitting corridor. The gurney is there. The jacket is back on it. And for a single frame before the cut, there's a glimpse through a doorway at the far end. A room with tables, items laid out in rows, and along the back wall a line of hooks holding clothing that doesn't belong to the building. The frame freezes on that image when the sequence stops. I haven't been able to delete it. Every time I try, the system hangs for a moment and then the file reappears in the same place, unchanged. I've started to notice small things out of place in my apartment. Objects I don't remember moving, arranged with a kind of care that feels deliberate. It's subtle, easy to dismiss if I don't look directly at it, but I do look. And when I do, I get the same feeling I had in that basement, that my movements are being observed, measured, and met with adjustments that keep me within a certain path. I keep my gloves in my bag now. I check them before and after every edit. Sometimes they're folded differently than I left them. Sometimes they're slightly damp, as if they've been somewhere I haven't. I don't wear them anymore. I don't go into places like that anymore. But I still hear the tapping, faint and irregular above me, when the room is quiet, and I can't shake the sense that the space I occupy isn't fixed in the way I believed, that there are layers to it, paths that intersect without warning, and that once you've entered one even briefly, it doesn't fully let you go. I realized something was wrong with my apartment the moment I saw the mailbox. It was bolted to the wall beside the entrance, dented and painted a dull, uneven gray, the kind landlords use when they stop caring about appearances. Mine was supposed to be brass, polished. I remember running my fingers over the engraved number the day I moved in, feeling a small private satisfaction that I'd finally found a place that felt stable. This one had peeling stickers layered over each other, numbers scratched out and rewritten in marker. I stood there longer than I should have, keys in my hand, trying to match what I was seeing to what I knew. The hallway behind me smelled like old water and something electrical, like a burned outlet. A light flickered overhead, not in a steady rhythm but in irregular pulses that made it hard to judge the space. I told myself I was just tired. The shortcut had been a mistake. I knew that already. I don't usually deviate from my route home. I keep to the main streets, well-lit sidewalks, familiar storefronts even after closing. But that night, sometime past midnight, I decided to cut through a stretch of alleys to save time. It wasn't a spontaneous choice. I remember thinking it through, convincing myself it would shave off 10 minutes. The city changes when it empties out. Sounds carry differently. Footsteps feel louder, more deliberate. Every turn looks like the last one, if you're not paying attention. I was halfway through the second alley when I noticed him. He wasn't doing anything at first, just standing near a dumpster, shoulders angled slightly toward me. I saw him before he saw me. Or at least I think I did. His head turned a second later, slow like he'd already known I was there. I kept walking. There's a certain kind of awareness that settles in when something feels off. Your body moves normally, but your attention sharpens. I tracked his position without looking directly at him again, listening for movement behind me. At the far end of the alley, I turned left instead of right. That was the deviation that mattered. I heard his footsteps then. Not running, just matching my pace. Close enough that I could hear the scrape of his shoe against uneven pavement. I told myself not to react. There's a logic to these situations. If you don't escalate, they don't escalate. That's what I've always believed. But when I reached the next intersection and risked a glance back, he wasn't walking anymore. He was closing the distance. I don't remember deciding to run. My body did it before my thoughts caught up. My breath came hard and uneven as I cut through another narrow passage, then another, turning without a plan, just trying to put walls and corners between us. The city stopped feeling like something I knew. Every alley fed into another that looked identical, and the sounds behind me never fully disappeared. Sometimes they got quieter and I'd think I'd lost him, but then I'd hear it again, closer than it should have been. At some point, I wasn't sure if I was retracing my steps or moving forward. That's when I saw the building. It rose out of the dark like something I should have recognized. Multi-unit, older construction, with balconies stacked in uneven rows. One of the entrance doors hung slightly open, the security lock broken clean off, wires exposed where the panel had been. I didn't hesitate. I slipped inside and pulled the door closed behind me, pressing my weight against it as if that would matter. The lobby was dim but intact. Mailboxes lined one wall. A staircase led up to the right, and an elevator sat dormant with its doors half open, like it had been interrupted mid-use. I listened. Nothing followed me in. For the first time since the alley, the silence felt real. I stayed there for a minute, maybe longer, letting my breathing settle. My hands were shaking, but the immediate panic was fading into something else, something slower and heavier. Relief, I thought. Then I noticed her. She was standing near the base of the stairs, partially obscured by shadow. I hadn't heard her enter, hadn't seen her when I came in, but there she was, watching me with a stillness that made me uneasy. I knew her, or at least I believed I did. Her name came to me without effort. The shape of her face, the way she held her shoulders slightly forward like she was always bracing against something unseen. Details that should have grounded me. "You took your time," she said. Her voice sounded right, familiar, but it didn't land the way it should have. I had to. I stopped. The explanation felt incomplete before I even formed it. I gestured vaguely toward the door. There was someone out there. She didn't look concerned. If anything, she seemed distracted, her gaze drifting past me toward the entrance. "You shouldn't have gone that way," she said. I know. The words came out automatically. She stepped closer, and the light caught her face more clearly. There was nothing wrong with it. No distortion, no visible inconsistency, and yet something in me resisted accepting what I was seeing.
"How did you get here?" I asked. "Now,
"I live here," she said. That answer should have settled everything. Instead, it made the unease sharper. I thought. I paused again. My memory felt like it was slipping, like trying to hold on to something wet. "I thought we lived somewhere else." She tilted her head slightly, studying me. "You're tired," she said. "Come upstairs." It was a reasonable suggestion. Logical. I didn't have anywhere else to go. Not with someone possibly waiting outside. Still, I hesitated. "Which floor?" I asked. She didn't answer immediately. For a second, her expression went blank, like a skipped frame in a video. "Third," she said finally. I nodded, though I wasn't sure why. We took the stairs. Each step felt heavier than it should have. The building was quiet but not empty. I could hear faint sounds behind closed doors, movement, a television somewhere, the low hum of plumbing. Normal things, distorted by the hour and the circumstances, Halfway up, I realized I couldn't remember the layout of our supposed apartment. Not the number, not the door, not even which side of the hallway it was on. I tried to reconstruct it, pulling at fragments of memory, but nothing held. Every image I reached for dissolved before it fully formed. "You're quiet," she said, glancing back at me. "Just thinking." "About what?" I opened my mouth, then closed it again. "I don't know," I said. We reached the 3rd floor. The hallway stretched in both directions. Identical doors spaced evenly along the walls. The lighting here was steadier, but dimmer, casting everything in a muted yellow tone. She turned left without hesitation. I followed. We stopped at a door near the end of the hall. She reached into her pocket and pulled out a key. I watched her hand as she unlocked it. It wasn't my key. That detail stood out with a clarity that cut through everything else. "This isn't." I started. She pushed the door open and stepped inside. I remained in the hallway. The space beyond the threshold looked like an apartment. Furniture, walls, a narrow entryway leading into a living area. Nothing immediately wrong. Nothing that explained the growing sense that I was in the wrong place entirely. She turned back to me. "Aren't you coming in?" I looked past her, trying to find something recognizable. I couldn't look. "My place doesn't look like this," I said. She frowned slightly. "Haha, this is your place." "No," I said, more firmly now, "it's not." The certainty surprised me. It was the first solid thing I'd felt since entering the building. She stepped closer to the doorway. "Then, where do you think you live?" I opened my mouth to answer. Nothing came out. The image I'd had earlier, the brass mailbox, the polished number, it felt distant now, like something I'd seen in a photo rather than experienced myself. "I don't know," I said. For a moment, neither of us moved. Then, from somewhere below, I heard the door to the building open. The sound was unmistakable. A pause followed. Then footsteps. Slow. Measured, coming inside. Her expression changed, but not in the way I expected. There was no fear, no urgency, just a kind of resignation. "You shouldn't have brought him here," she said quietly. I didn't. I stopped. The footsteps began to climb the stairs. I turned toward the stairwell, my body reacting before my thoughts aligned. The instinct to run surged back, stronger than before. "We need to go," I said. She didn't move. "He's already inside," she said. The footsteps reached the 2nd floor, closer now. I backed away from the apartment door. "Come on," I said, my voice tighter. "We can leave through another exit." "There isn't one," she said. That didn't make sense. Buildings like this always have multiple exits, but I didn't have time to argue. The footsteps reached the 3rd floor. They stopped. Silence filled the hallway, thick and immediate. I could feel him there, just out of sight at the top of the stairs. I didn't wait. I turned and ran in the opposite direction, toward the far end of the hall. My vision tunneled, focusing only on the corner ahead. Behind me, I heard movement. Not hers. His. I reached the end of the hallway and found another door. It wasn't marked, no number, no indication of where it led. I grabbed the handle and shoved it open. Another stairwell. I took the steps 2 at a time, descending without looking back. The air grew colder as I moved down, the sounds of pursuit echoing in a way that made it impossible to judge distance. At the bottom, I pushed through another door and stumbled into a different hallway. This one didn't match the rest of the building. The walls were a different color. The layout shifted, angles slightly off, doors placed irregularly, as if the structure had been assembled without a consistent plan. I slowed, just enough to orient myself. There was no sign of an exit. No lobby, no broken security door, just more corridors. The footsteps behind me didn't follow immediately. That scared me more than if they... I moved forward cautiously, turning corners, trying to map the space in real time. Nothing connected the way it should have. Hallways looped back into themselves or ended abruptly in blank walls. I found another staircase. I went up this time. When I reached the next level, I expected more of the same. Instead, I stepped into a hallway I recognized. The lighting was brighter, the walls cleaner, the doors evenly spaced, and at the far end there it was. My apartment. The brass mailbox stood just outside, polished, intact, exactly as I remembered. Relief hit me so suddenly, it made me dizzy. I walked toward it slowly, half expecting it to disappear. It didn't. I reached out and touched the engraved number. It felt solid, real. I fumbled with my keys and found the right one without hesitation this time. The lock turned smoothly, the familiar click grounding me in a way nothing else had. I stepped inside and closed the door behind me. Everything was as it should be. The furniture, the layout, the small details I'd memorized without realizing it. I stood there for a long time, listening. No footsteps, no movement outside, just silence. Eventually I moved to the window. Dawn was beginning to break, a thin line of light cutting across the horizon. The city looked normal again, predictable. I should have felt safe, but something kept pulling my attention back to the door, specifically to the space just beneath it. There was a faint shadow there, shifting slightly, as if something stood on the other side, waiting. I didn't open it. I don't think I ever will. I noticed the road first, not the houses. It cut off from the county route at a shallow angle, the gravel lighter than the dust around it, like it had been poured recently and never compacted by traffic. Our map didn't show anything there. We were already behind schedule, and the sun had started to flatten against the fields, turning the irrigation rigs into silhouettes. I was driving, and I remember easing off the accelerator without thinking, drawn by how clean that turnoff looked compared to the rest of the road. We should have kept going. There were 4 of us in the car. All of us used to long drives, detours, the kind of aimless travel that comes from trying to cut across states without sticking to highways. We'd taken worse roads for less reason. I told myself this was just another shortcut, maybe a service road through farmland. The GPS lost signal about a mile in. That wasn't unusual out there, but it still felt like a small line being crossed. The fields changed first. Corn gave way to something lower. Dry stalks arranged in tight rows that I couldn't identify. No farm equipment, no power lines, just that pale gravel road threading forward. Then the houses appeared. They weren't clustered the way you expect in a rural settlement. They stood apart from each other, each one set back behind a patch of cleared dirt, as if they'd been placed deliberately to avoid any overlap. The buildings themselves looked older than they should have been, not in a neglected way, but in a preserved way, like they'd been built to match a memory of something older. Wood siding, narrow windows, steep roofs. No visible wiring, no satellite dishes, no vehicles. I slowed to a crawl. Someone stepped out from between 2 of the houses. He didn't wave. He didn't signal for us to stop or turn around. He just stood there, facing the road, hands at his sides. Another figure appeared behind him, then another, until there were 5 of them spaced evenly along the edge of the clearing. I remember thinking it looked rehearsed. I rolled down the window part way. The air smelled dry, like old hay. No one spoke from inside the car. I didn't either. The man closest to us took a step forward, stopping just short of the road. His clothes were plain, light-colored, loose in a way that didn't match the heat. When he spoke, it wasn't loud, but it carried. He used words that felt out of place, not in meaning but in tone, like he'd learned them from a different time. He asked where we were bound and whether we required passage. Not directions, passage. I answered without thinking, telling him we were just passing through, that we'd gotten turned around. My voice sounded too normal against his. He nodded once slow, then repeated part of what I'd said, but differently, like he was translating it into something more formal. The others behind him did the same, echoing fragments in near unison. It wasn't loud, but it layered in a way that made it hard to focus on any single voice. I remember gripping the steering wheel tighter. We didn't get out. I kept the car idling, told him we'd turn around. He stepped back, giving us space, but his eyes didn't leave the car. None of theirs did. The road ahead curved deeper into the settlement. I chose it instead of reversing. I told myself it would loop back. We drove between the houses at a steady pace, not fast enough to look like we were fleeing, not slow enough to invite more interaction. The people we passed all moved in similar ways. If one turned their head, another would follow a second later. If one adjusted their stance, the rest seemed to mirror it in sequence, not perfectly synchronized, but close enough to feel intentional. No children, no animals, no visible tools or signs of work. About halfway through, the engine coughed. It was a small thing at first, a hesitation when I pressed the accelerator. Then it happened again, harder. The dashboard lights flickered, not fully dimming but enough to catch my attention. I eased off, then tried again. The car lurched forward, then settled. No warning lights stayed on. I kept going. The road narrowed as it curved, the gravel thinning until patches of hard dirt showed through. The houses grew sparser, replaced by open ground and a few larger structures set farther back. One of them looked like a barn, though its proportions were off, taller and narrower than it should have been. That's where the car finally gave out. The engine cut cleanly. No sputter this time, just a sudden silence that left the tires crunching over gravel for a few more feet before we rolled to a stop. I tried the ignition immediately. It turned, caught for a second, then died again. We sat there for a moment, the quiet pressing in. When I looked up, there were people standing behind us. They hadn't been there before. They were spaced along the road the same way as the first group, but closer now, closing off the path we'd come from without stepping onto it. No one approached the car directly. They just watched. I tried the engine again. Nothing. We didn't say much. There wasn't a lot to say. One of us suggested checking under the hood. It was the only practical step, and it gave us a reason to move. I stepped out first. The air felt thicker outside the car, like the heat had weight to it. I walked around to the front, aware of the eyes on me without looking up. The hood latch stuck for a second before giving way. Everything looked normal. No obvious leaks, no loose connections that I could see without tools. I'm not a mechanic, but I know enough to spot something wrong. This wasn't that. It looked like a working engine that had just decided to stop. I leaned in, trying to listen for anything, but there was nothing to hear. When I straightened up, one of the larger buildings caught my attention again. The tall, narrow one. Its door was open just enough to show darkness inside. I don't know why I focused on that instead of the people. Maybe because it was something I could approach without feeling like I was crossing a line. I told the others I was going to look for help. No one argued. The ground between the car and the building was packed dirt, worn smooth. As I walked, I noticed more details that hadn't registered from the car. Marks in the ground that looked like they'd been made by dragging something heavy. Not fresh, but not old either. The doorway was taller than I expected up close. The wood around it was worn, not splintered but polished by use. I paused at the threshold, letting my eyes adjust. The interior was dim, lit only by narrow slits high in the walls. The air inside was cooler, carrying a faint metallic smell. It took a few seconds for the shapes to resolve into objects. Shelves lined one side of the space. Not rough storage, not tools or supplies. Personal items, bags, jackets, shoes, modern things, out of place in that setting. I stepped closer, my eyes moving over them in quick, disjointed recognition. A backpack with a college logo. A pair of running shoes, scuffed but intact. A phone case without the phone. A set of keys on a ring with a plastic tag from a rental company. None of it belonged there. I picked up the keys without thinking, turning them over in my hand. The tag had a number printed on it. Nothing else. I put them back exactly where I'd found them. The realization came in a slow, heavy way. These weren't old belongings. They hadn't been collected over years. They were too varied, too recent. They looked like things taken from people like us. I heard movement behind me. I turned too fast, my shoulder brushing one of the shelves hard enough to make something fall. It hit the floor with a dull thud, louder than it should have been in that space. A figure stood in the doorway. He hadn't made a sound coming up behind me. He didn't step inside. He just stood there, blocking the light, his face unreadable in the dimness. He spoke again, using the same formal tone as before, but slower now. He asked if I had found what was kept. I didn't answer right away. He repeated the question, and this time from somewhere outside, I heard others echo it. The same words, slightly out of sync. I said I was just looking for help with the car. He tilted his head slightly like he was considering the phrasing. Then he spoke again, reframing my words, offering assistance in terms that sounded more like an exchange than help. I backed toward the door, keeping him in front of me. He didn't move to stop me. When I stepped outside, the light felt harsher. The people were closer now, not crowding, but reducing the space between them. The car looked farther away than it should have. I walked back as evenly as I could, not rushing. One of my friends met me halfway, eyes wide, asking quietly what I'd seen. I told him enough to make it clear we needed to leave. No details, just the conclusion. We tried the car again. Still nothing. The sun had dropped lower, the light shifting toward that flat gray tone that comes right before it starts to fade completely. The temperature dipped just enough to be noticeable from somewhere deeper in the settlement. A sound started. It wasn't loud at first, more like a rhythm than a noise. Something being struck at regular intervals. It carried through the air, steady and deliberate. The people around us began to move, not toward us directly, but in a coordinated way, turning and walking in the direction of the sound. Their pace was measured, identical in a way that made it hard to pick out individuals. They didn't look back. We stood there for a moment, unsure whether to follow or use the distraction to try something else. Then we saw what they were moving toward, an open area beyond the larger structures where the ground had been cleared completely. At the center of it, a fire had been built, not large but contained, its flames low and controlled. Around it, the people formed a wide circle, leaving a gap on one side. In that gap, something was being held. At first, I thought it was an object. The way it was positioned, low to the ground, partially obscured by the people nearest to it. Then it shifted. It was a person. They were restrained, not violently but firmly, held by two others who stood on either side. I couldn't see their face clearly, just the outline of their head and shoulders, the way they leaned slightly forward as if exhausted. No one spoke. The rhythmic sound continued, now clearly coming from within the circle, someone striking a piece of metal or wood in a steady pattern. The firelight flickered against the faces of the people, highlighting the sameness in their expressions. I felt a pressure building in my chest that had nothing to do with fear in the usual sense. It was more like the recognition of something structured, something practiced. This wasn't spontaneous. We didn't stay to see more. One of us had already started scanning the area behind us, looking for anything that could move, anything that wasn't our car. There was a shed off to the side, smaller than the others, its door hanging slightly open. We moved toward it as quietly as we could, keeping low, using the angle of the larger buildings to stay out of direct sight. Inside, it was darker than the first structure, but the shape was unmistakable. A vehicle. Not modern, not in the way ours was, but functional. An older pickup, the kind you see sitting unused on farms, except this one didn't look abandoned. The tires were intact. The interior, from what I could see through the window, wasn't stripped. The keys weren't in the ignition. I checked the sun visor, the floor, the small ledge along the dashboard. Nothing. My hands were shaking, not enough to stop me from searching, but enough to make every movement feel exaggerated. One of the others found them. They were tucked into a small container on a shelf near the door, alongside a few other items that didn't belong together. We didn't question it. I slid into the driver's seat, the vinyl stiff under my hands. The key turned with resistance, then gave. The engine hesitated, then caught. A low, uneven rumble that felt louder than it should have been. No one outside reacted. The rhythmic sound continued. I didn't wait. I shifted into gear and eased the truck forward, keeping it as quiet as possible until we cleared the immediate area. Then I pressed down harder. the engine responding with a rough surge. We didn't take the road we'd come in on. There was a track behind the shed, barely visible, cutting away from the settlement at an angle. It looked less maintained than the main path, but it led away, and that was enough. We followed it. The truck handled poorly, the steering loose, the suspension uneven. The track dipped and rose, cutting through the fields in a way that felt improvised. I kept expecting the engine to fail the way ours had, but it held. We didn't look back until we were far enough that the structures were just shapes against the darkening sky. There were no lights in the settlement, no electric glow, no sign of modern infrastructure, just the faint flicker of the fire barely visible at that distance. We drove until the track reconnected with a paved road. The GPS signal came back a few minutes later, the screen lighting up as if nothing had happened. Our original route reappeared, the detour erased. We didn't report it right away. It took time to even agree on what we'd seen, how to describe it without sounding like we were filling in gaps with assumptions. When we did eventually bring it up, the response was neutral, procedural. Questions about location, directions, landmarks. We couldn't give them anything precise. I went back to that stretch of road months later. Alone, the turnoff wasn't there. There was no sign of it, no light or gravel, no break in the roadside ditch, just a continuous line of scrub and fence posts, uninterrupted for miles. I walked along the edge anyway, scanning for anything that matched what I remembered. The fields were different, planted with something else. There were power lines now, running parallel to the road. Nothing matched. I stood there until the light started to fade, trying to align what I was seeing with what I knew had been there. It didn't work. On the drive back, I kept thinking about the items in that building, the way they'd been arranged, not discarded but kept, cataloged almost. I still have the number from the rental tag in my head. I wrote it down later, tried to look it up, see if it connected to anything. It didn't lead anywhere useful, just a closed loop of records that stopped short of giving me a name. Sometimes I wonder about the person we saw by the fire, whether they were part of the same pattern or something different, something that didn't fit. I don't think about what would have happened if the truck hadn't started. I think about how easily we drove into a place that wasn't meant to be found, and how little effort it took for it to disappear again once we were gone, leaving nothing but a stretch of ordinary road and a memory that doesn't anchor to anything I can point to. Now, I signed the temporary assignment just before dusk, standing under a failing exterior light that flickered against the concrete facade like a weak pulse. The facility sat alone beyond a service road that had more gravel than asphalt, a tiered structure of blank walls and narrow windows that reflected nothing back. My job was simple on paper: monitor feeds, log irregularities, keep doors secured until the morning relief arrived. I had done overnight shifts in quieter places, but nothing this isolated, nothing this layered. Inside, the air held a dry, processed smell, like old filtration systems working past their intended lifespan. The main control room was positioned on the second level, a central hub with a wall of surveillance monitors cycling through corridors, stairwells, and sealed rooms, identified only by alphanumeric labels. The outgoing guard left quickly, offering a short nod and a comment about keeping the inner doors closed at all times. He did not elaborate, and I did not ask. His logbook entry was brief, noting standard conditions, no incidents. I took the chair, adjusted the angle of the screens, and began my own shift log. The first hour passed without incident. Cameras showed empty corridors, clean floors, and the steady hum of overhead lighting. The building seemed to breathe through its vents, a low mechanical rhythm that became easy to ignore. I made routine checks, door status indicators, access logs, environmental readouts. Everything aligned with protocol. It was during a routine sweep of the third-level corridor feeds that I noticed the first inconsistency. Camera 3C showed movement. Not a clear figure, not even a defined shape, just a distortion crossing the frame from left to right, like heat shimmer against asphalt. Except this was indoors, under controlled temperature. I leaned forward, watching the playback. The corridor itself remained unchanged, doors closed, light steady, but the distortion passed again when I reset the live feed. I checked the corresponding motion sensor. No trigger. I marked it in the log. Visual anomaly on 3C. No physical confirmation. I switched to an adjacent camera. The corridor intersected at a right angle, giving me a secondary angle of the same space. That feed showed nothing. Clean lines. Empty hall. When I returned to 3C, the distortion was gone. I told myself it was a camera fault. Compression artifact. Something explainable. By the second hour, the anomaly repeated, this time on 2A, a lower-level corridor near a restricted access point. The same distortion moving slowly along the wall, then disappearing at the door. I watched the door indicator on my panel. Locked. No access logged. I stood up and walked to the door control console, confirming the status manually. Secure. I initiated a remote lock cycle just to be certain. The system responded normally. When I returned to the monitor, the distortion had appeared again, but now it lingered at the door, pulsing faintly as if pressing against the frame. Then it was gone. I wrote it down. More detailed this time. The building remained quiet. Around midnight, I began a full systems check. It was standard procedure halfway through the shift, but I had a growing sense that something was misaligned beyond the screens. I started with the access points. Each door was logged with its status and last interaction. That was when I saw the first discrepancy. Door 3C117. Last opened 0012. I checked the timestamp. It was current. I had not authorized any access. I pulled the camera feed. The door was closed. No movement. No visible entry. I replayed the last 5 minutes. The door never opened. I ran the log again. The entry remained. I decided to verify physically. The stairwell to the 3rd level was narrow, enclosed, and colder than the rest of the building. My footsteps echoed more than they should have, the sound bouncing back too quickly, as if the space were smaller than it appeared. At the top, I paused, listening. Nothing. The corridor matched the feed. Empty. Lit. Still. I walked to 3C17. The handle was a standard lever, reinforced, requiring keycard access. I tested it, locked. I checked the frame. No signs of tampering. I stood there longer than necessary, listening again. A faint sound reached me not from the corridor, but from beyond the door. It was rhythmic, soft, like a low hum carried through a wall. I leaned closer, pressing my ear near the scene. The sound persisted, steady and patterned, almost like a voice stretched into a single note. It rose and fell slightly, never breaking into words. I stepped back and returned to the control room. The logbook on the desk was thicker than I expected. The outgoing guard had used only the first few pages, but beneath those were older entries, dated years back. The facility had not always been as quiet as the current record suggested. I opened to a random page. Repeated visual distortion on lower corridor. No physical confirmation. Doors remain secure. Another entry. Weeks later. Door access logs inconsistent with camera feeds. No breach found. Further back. Sound detected in containment wing. No personnel present. Investigating. The handwriting changed over time. Different guards, different styles. But the content remained consistent. Observations of anomalies that did not align with physical reality. Notes about doors opening without record, or records without openings. One entry was underlined. Do not rely on cameras alone. I closed the book slowly. The hum returned, faint through the ventilation. I checked the monitors again. All feeds normal, except 3C. The distortion was back, more defined now, occupying the center of the corridor. It no longer moved across the frame. It stood, if that was the right word, occupying space in a way that suggested form without detail. I switched to the adjacent camera. Nothing. Back to 3C. The distortion had shifted closer to the camera, its edges sharpening slightly, as if resolving. The door indicator for 3C117 changed. Unlocked. I froze, watching the panel. No access log appeared this time. On the monitor, the door opened inward, slowly, without visible force. The corridor remained empty to every other camera. I stood up, my chair scrapping against the floor louder than expected. The hum grew louder, no longer distant. It was coming through the speakers now. I muted the audio feed, but the sound did not stop. It was in the room. I turned toward the hallway outside the control room. The door there was closed, secured. The handle moved. Not fully, just enough to shift the latch. I backed away, keeping my eyes on it. The handle settled. The hum stopped. Silence returned, thick and immediate. I waited, counting the seconds without realizing it, until the tension in my shoulders began to ease. Then the door opened. Then, not abruptly, not forced. It opened the same way as 3C17 had on the monitor. Slow, deliberate, as if following a routine. The hallway beyond was empty. I moved toward it, cautious, every step measured. The air in the corridor was colder than before. The lights flickered once, then stabilized. I looked down the length of the hall. Nothing. I turned back toward the control room. The monitors inside flickered in unison. When they stabilized, every screen showed the same feed. 3C. The distortion filled the frame now, closer than before. Its outline pressing against the lens, as if aware of being observed. I stepped back. The hum returned. Louder. Layered now, as if multiple tones overlapped slightly out of sync. I closed the control room door and secured it, engaging the manual lock in addition to the electronic one. The panels indicated full lockdown. The monitors went dark. All at once, the room dropped into a dim emergency lighting mode, casting everything in a muted red. The hum was directly behind me. I turned. It stood near the far wall, where the logbooks were stacked. Not fully visible, not fully absent. A vertical absence in the air, shaped like a person but lacking detail, as if the space itself refused to resolve it. The sound came from it, through it, not quite aligned with its position. I could not make out features, only the impression of presence. It did not move, neither did I. The distance between us felt fixed, regardless of the steps I considered taking. The door behind me clicked. I unlocked. I did not look away. The hum shifted, lowering in tone. I took a step backward, toward the door. The figure remained where it was. Another step. The door opened behind me. I exited without turning, closing it. As I moved into the hallway, the hum cut off the moment the door sealed. The emergency lighting extended into the corridor, guiding a path toward the stairwell. I moved quickly now, no longer concerned with procedure, only distance. The building seemed different in motion, the angles sharper, the shadows deeper, as if the structure itself resisted my movement. At the stairwell, I paused only long enough to confirm the exit route. The lower levels were dark on the panel by the door. Power cycling or failing, I chose upward toward the roof access and the external ladder that led down the side of the building. The climb felt longer than it should have, each landing identical, each turn disorienting. The hum returned intermittently, always just beyond the range of clear direction. At the top, the access door was already open. Cold air rushed in, carrying the scent of the outside dust, metal, something distant and clean. I stepped onto the roof. The night was still, the surrounding area empty. I moved to the ladder and began my descent without looking back. Halfway down, I heard the hum again, faint from above. I did not stop. When my feet reached the ground, I moved away from the building, putting distance between myself and the structure as quickly as possible. The exterior light flickered again as I passed beneath it, then went out completely. I reached my vehicle and did not look back until I was inside. Doors locked, the building stood in silhouette. No lights visible. For a moment, I thought I saw movement in one of the upper windows, a distortion against the dark, but it was gone before I could focus. I left without filing a final report on site. The logbook remained inside, open to the last entry I had read. I submitted my account later, concise, limited to observable facts. The assignment was marked as incomplete. The facility remains operational. According to the records I could access, no further anomalies have been officially reported, but sometimes when I review security footage in other places, I catch the same distortion at the edge of a frame, lingering where no movement should exist, and I remember the way the doors opened without cause, the sound that came from empty rooms, and the figure that stood where the system said nothing was there. I shouldn't have gone down the service ramp after the others, but the chain on the gate had already been cut, and the air coming out of the lower level felt recently disturbed, like someone had opened a door minutes before we arrived. I've been documenting abandoned sites for years, long enough to know the difference between dust that's settled for decades and dust that's been kicked up that day. The facility sat alone beyond a strip of scrubland, a concrete block of a place with no signage left intact. Old records online listed it as a municipal storage annex, but the layout above ground didn't match anything typical. Too many sealed corridors, too many reinforced doors for a place that supposedly stored paper and surplus equipment. We entered just before sunset, the sky still holding a dull orange glow behind the broken windows. There were 4 of us. I was the one with the camera, and the habit of pushing further than the rest. Mark handled navigation, always mapping entrances and exits. Elena stayed close to him, cautious but committed. Jason lagged behind, checking doors, touching things he shouldn't. Inside, the first thing I noticed was the smell. Not rot, not mold. Something cleaner, sharper like solvents. It didn't belong in a place this neglected. We found signs of recent occupation almost immediately. A folding chair set near a wall outlet that still had power. A strip of LED lights taped along a corridor ceiling, faintly glowing. Extension cords that disappeared through a hole, crudely cut into drywall. None of it matched the decay around it. Someone had been here, not long ago, and had made changes that weren't part of the original design. We moved carefully, not speaking much. Sound carried strangely in that building, flattening, and then echoing back from angles that didn't make sense. Every step felt louder than it should have. The main hallway ended in a heavy door propped open with a brick. Beyond it, a downward ramp led into darkness. That was where the air changed. Cooler, more still, but with that same chemical edge. I remember hesitating there, one hand on the wall, feeling a faint vibration that I couldn't explain. Mark went first. I followed. The others came after. The ramp leveled out into a wide, windowless corridor. The walls were painted a pale color that had peeled in long strips, revealing older layers beneath. But the floor had been swept, not perfectly, but enough that you could see the difference. There were scuff marks, recent ones, overlapping in directions that suggested movement back and forth, not just a single path in and out. We found doors along that corridor, most of them locked or sealed. One had been forced open recently. The hinges were bent outward, metal stressed in a way that takes effort. Inside was a small room with nothing but a metal table and a set of shelves bolted to the wall. On those shelves were objects that didn't belong together. Tools, plastic containers, a stack of old binders with no labels, a portable radio with its battery compartment open, and Lena pointed out that the dust on the shelves had been wiped away in rectangular patterns, as if items had been removed. Whatever had been stored there wasn't anymore. We kept moving. The corridor split without warning. No signage, no markings, just a branching path that wasn't shown on any of the partial floor plans Mark had pulled before we came. He frowned, checked his phone, then shook his head. This section wasn't documented. We chose the left path. It narrowed, the ceiling dropping slightly, the walls closing in. The sound of our footsteps changed again, becoming duller, as if the space was absorbing noise. That's when we heard the first movement. It came from somewhere ahead, beyond a bend in the corridor. A heavy, dragging sound like something large being pulled across concrete. It wasn't constant. It would start, scrape for a few seconds, then stop, then start again. We froze. Jason leaned forward, trying to see around the corner, but the light didn't reach far enough. I raised my camera, zoomed slightly, but the image just showed darkness with grain. The sound stopped. For a moment, there was nothing. Then, from somewhere behind us, deeper in the corridor we had just come from, there was a different noise, a dull impact, something heavy hitting a surface once we turned back instinctively. The corridor behind us looked the same, but the air felt tighter, like the space had shrunk while we weren't looking. Mark said we should regroup at the intersection. He started back. Elena followed him immediately. Jason hesitated, then went after them. I lingered for a second too long, listening. There was no more dragging sound, no more impacts, just that low, constant sense of pressure in the air. When I turned to follow, they were already further ahead than they should have been. I quickened my pace. The bend in the corridor seemed longer on the return. The intersection didn't appear where I expected it. For a moment, I thought I had taken the wrong direction, but there hadn't been any turns. Then I saw light ahead, not from the ramp. A different kind of light, colder, more focused. I moved toward it, expecting to find the others. Instead, I found a room. The door was open, the light coming from inside. The space was larger than the others we had seen, with multiple tables arranged in rows. The walls were bare, but the floor was clean, almost polished compared to the corridors. And on the nearest table there was my bag. I stopped in the doorway, trying to make sense of it. It was the same bag I had slung over my shoulder when we entered. The same worn strap, the same small tear near the zipper. But it was sitting there, placed neatly, as if someone had set it down carefully. I reached back instinctively. The weight was still on my shoulder. I didn't move closer. Beyond my bag, on the other tables were other items. Mark's folded map, Elena's flashlight, Jason's gloves, all of them arranged in a way that suggested order, not abandonment, as if someone had collected them and laid them out for inspection. But none of those items had been taken from us. Not yet. The room felt wrong in a way I can't fully describe, not just because of what I was seeing, but because of how it was arranged. The spacing between objects was too precise, the alignment too exact, like a display. I took a step back. That's when I heard something move above me. Not footsteps. Something heavier. A slow shift, followed by a low creak like metal under strain. It came from the ceiling, or maybe the level above, but it sounded close enough that I instinctively ducked. I backed out of the room without turning my back on it. The corridor outside looked different. The peeling paint patterns weren't the same. The scuff marks on the floor had changed direction. The air felt colder. I turned to retrace my steps, but the bend I had come through wasn't there anymore. Instead, the corridor extended straight ahead, disappearing into darkness. I called out then, breaking the quiet. No one answered. My voice didn't echo the way it should have. It just seemed to be absorbed, flattened. I started walking, faster now, trying to find anything familiar. Another intersection, another door, anything that matched what I had seen before. The sounds came back. This time they weren't just ahead or behind. They were around me. Distant impacts. The dragging noise. Closer now, but still out of sight. At one point, I heard something like a door slamming shut, followed by a metallic click. I began to understand that the space wasn't static. It wasn't just that I was lost. The layout itself was changing, or presenting itself differently depending on where I was. The idea didn't make sense, but nothing else fit. I found another room, smaller than the first. Inside, there were more items, not just ours this time. Shoes, jackets, a broken camera, a set of keys, all arranged with the same careful spacing. None of it was dusty. I didn't go inside. I kept moving, marking walls with a piece of chalk I kept in my pocket. Simple lines, arrows, anything to indicate direction. But when I doubled back at one point, the marks weren't there, or they had been altered, shifted slightly, just enough to point somewhere else. My breathing got louder. The air felt thinner. I forced myself to slow down, to think. The ramp. I needed to find the ramp. That was the only clear exit I knew. I started looking for the subtle slope, the change in floor angle. After what felt like too long, I found it. The corridor dipped slightly, then opened into a wider space. The ramp was there, leading upward. The faint glow of evening light filtered down from above. Relief hit hard enough that I had to steady myself against the wall. I didn't look back. I moved up the ramp quickly, not running but not stopping either. The air changed again as I ascended, losing that chemical edge, becoming warmer, more like the outside. At the top, the door was still open, the brick still holding it in place. I stepped through and into the upper level. The others were there. Mark was pacing near the entrance, his face pale. Elena was sitting against the wall, staring at nothing. Jason was by the doorway, looking down the ramp I had just come from. They all turned when I emerged. No one spoke at first. Then Mark moved toward me, his expression shifting from relief to confusion. He gestured at my bag, still on my shoulder, then back down the ramp. I understood what he was asking without words. I shook my head. We left immediately after that. No one suggested going back down. No one argued. Outside, the sky had darkened. The building looked the same as when we arrived, silent and still. We drove away without stopping to review footage or compare notes. It wasn't until later, when we tried to map what we had seen, that things became worse. The original plans we had found didn't include the lower level in any meaningful detail, but even accounting for that, nothing lined up. The number of corridors, the angles, the room sizes, it didn't fit within the physical footprint of the building. We checked municipal records, archived documents, anything that might explain modifications or expansions. There was nothing. No permits, no references to a subterranean section like the one we had entered. As if it had never existed, I went through my footage frame by frame. There were gaps I couldn't account for. Sections where the camera had been recording, but the video showed only static or darkness. Timestamps that jumped forward without explanation. In one clip, just before the feed cut out, there was a frame that I almost missed. A room, tables, objects arranged in precise lines. And on one of those tables, there was something new. A camera. Mine. Placed carefully. Lens facing the doorway, as if it had been waiting for me to see it from the outside. I realized I was lost when the streetlights stopped matching the pattern I'd been following for the last 10 minutes. They had been evenly spaced along the main road, a dull orange rhythm that made it easy to keep moving without thinking too much about where I was. Then one of them flickered out entirely, and the next one was set farther back than it should have been, casting a longer shadow that bent across the sidewalk at the wrong angle. I slowed down, turning once in place, trying to match what I saw with anything I remembered. Nothing lined up. I had only gone out to return a borrowed charger. It was a short walk from my place, a straight route I'd done dozens of times. I remember locking the door behind me, checking my pocket for my keys, and thinking I'd be back before midnight. That part still felt solid. Everything after the return felt like it had been rearranged. Instead of retracing my steps, I convinced myself there was a quicker way back. I could see a row of apartment blocks in the distance that looked familiar, and I cut between two buildings to reach them. The passage was narrower than I expected, a service corridor lined with dumpsters and damp concrete walls. It smelled like stale water and something metallic. Halfway through, I noticed the sound of my own footsteps didn't echo the way they should have. There was a delay, like a second set of steps landing just after mine. I stopped. The second sound stopped too. I turned, expecting to see someone behind me, but the passage was empty. A faint light from the street I'd left behind barely reached the entrance. Everything past a few yards was swallowed in shadow. I stood there longer than I should have, listening, until the silence felt heavier than the noise. When I started walking again, I moved faster. The passage opened into a small courtyard I didn't recognize. It was surrounded on all sides by low residential buildings, their windows dark or dimly lit. There were no cars, no movement, no signs of anyone awake. The ground was uneven, patched with cracked pavement and shallow puddles that reflected the weak overhead lighting. That was when I saw the person. They were already in the courtyard, standing near the far side, partially turned away from me. At first, I thought they were just another resident, maybe someone out for a late smoke or heading back inside. But the way they were standing felt off. Their posture was wrong, like their weight wasn't distributed evenly. I told myself not to stare, but I couldn't help it. They began to move. It wasn't fast. In fact, it was slower than a normal walking pace, but each step covered more distance than it should have. Their legs bent at angles that didn't match the direction they were traveling, and their upper body remained almost perfectly still, like it was disconnected from the motion below. I froze in place. They didn't look at me directly, not at first. They drifted across the courtyard in a diagonal line, their path cutting too close to where I stood. As they passed under one of the lights, I saw their face briefly. It was expressionless, but the features seemed slightly misaligned, like they had been shifted just enough to disrupt recognition. I stepped back without thinking, my shoe scraping against the pavement. The sound drew their attention. Their head turned toward me in a single abrupt motion that didn't match the rest of their body. For a moment, we just stood there, facing each other across the courtyard. I remember noticing how still everything else was. No wind, no distant traffic, no voices from inside the buildings. Then they adjusted their stance. It was subtle, but the change was immediate. Their shoulders dropped slightly, and their knees bent in a way that suggested readiness, not rest. The distance between us suddenly felt much smaller. I didn't wait. I turned and moved toward the nearest exit from the courtyard, a narrow opening between two buildings that led into another passage. My pace shifted from a fast walk to something closer to a run, my breath tightening as I pushed through the darkness. The sound behind me started almost instantly. It wasn't footsteps in the usual sense. It was a series of uneven impacts, like something hitting the ground with inconsistent force. Sometimes there were two quick contacts, sometimes one heavy one, followed by a scrape. The rhythm was unpredictable, but it was getting closer. I didn't look back. The passage twisted slightly, forcing me to adjust my direction without slowing down. The walls felt closer here, and the air was cooler. I could see another opening ahead, a faint glow suggesting a street beyond it. I focused on that point, telling myself that once I reached it, there would be people, cars, something normal. The sounds behind me grew louder. I could hear breathing now, or something like it. It was uneven, drawn out, as if it had to work to maintain a steady intake of air. It didn't match the pace of the movement, which made it worse. It felt disconnected, like two separate systems trying to operate at once. I reached the end of the passage and burst onto a wider sidewalk. For a second, I thought I had lost it. The street was broader, with more consistent lighting, and a clearer line of sight in both directions. I slowed just enough to glance over my shoulder. The passage behind me was empty. There was no sign of movement, no shadow crossing the entrance. Nothing to suggest anything had followed me out. The silence returned, pressing in from all sides. I took a few more steps forward, trying to steady my breathing. My chest felt tight, and my hands were shaking. I told myself I had imagined it, that the stress of being lost had distorted what I saw and heard. Then I noticed the street didn't look right either. The buildings were similar in style to the ones near my apartment, but the layout was different. The entrances were positioned too close together, and the numbering on the doors didn't follow a sequence I recognized. I moved along the sidewalk, scanning for anything familiar. That was when I saw someone standing near a recessed doorway. They were partially obscured by shadow, but their outline was clear enough. A person, facing the street, still and upright. Relief hit me before caution had time to catch up. I changed direction and headed toward them. As I got closer, I noticed they were looking directly at me. Their expression was neutral, almost blank. But there was something steady about their gaze that felt grounding after everything that had just happened. I slowed to a stop a few feet away, trying to gather my thoughts. I gestured back toward the passage I had come from, explaining in a rushed, fragmented way that I thought someone had been following me, that I had taken a wrong turn, that I couldn't find my way back. They didn't interrupt, they just listened. When I finished, they nodded once and stepped out from the doorway. Up close, they looked ordinary. Average height, average build, nothing immediately distinctive. Their movements were smooth, controlled, without the irregularity I had just witnessed in the courtyard. The contrast made me feel slightly embarrassed for how panicked I must have sounded. They motioned for me to follow them, turning down the street without waiting for a response. I hesitated for a moment, then went after them. We walked in silence for a while. The route they took seemed deliberate, cutting through a series of side streets and narrow walkways that I wouldn't have chosen on my own. But there was a confidence in their pace, a sense that they knew exactly where they were going. Gradually, the environment started to feel more familiar. I recognized a corner store I had passed earlier that evening, its sign unlit but still identifiable. A few blocks later, I saw a bus stop bench with a distinctive crack along the seat. Each landmark reinforced the idea that I was getting closer to home. My breathing slowed. The tension in my shoulders eased. At some point, I stopped paying attention to the path itself and focused instead on the simple fact that I wasn't alone anymore. The presence of another person, even a silent one, made everything feel more manageable. We turned one final corner, and my apartment building came into view, or at least something that looked like it. The structure had the same general shape and height, the same arrangement of windows and balconies. But as we approached, small differences started to stand out. The front entrance was set slightly deeper into the facade than I remembered, and the exterior paint looked duller, as if it had aged unevenly. I slowed down, uncertain. The person ahead of me didn't. They walked straight to the entrance and pulled the door open. I followed them inside. The lobby was dimly lit, with a single overhead fixture casting a weak glow across the floor. The layout was similar to my buildings, but not identical. The mailboxes were arranged in a different pattern, and the flooring had a different texture under my shoes. I told myself it was just another building in the same complex, that I had misidentified it from the outside. That explanation held for a few seconds. Then I noticed the door. It didn't close behind us. I turned back to look at it. The frame was intact, but the locking mechanism had been removed. The space where it should have been was empty, leaving a small dark gap in the metal. The door itself hung slightly ajar, unmoving. A cold feeling settled in my chest. I looked back toward the person who had led me here. They were standing a few steps ahead, facing the interior hallway. Their posture was relaxed, almost casual. For a moment, I considered asking them something, anything that would anchor the situation in something normal. Instead, I noticed their stance. It was subtle at first, the same kind of uneven weight distribution I had seen in the courtyard. One leg bent slightly inward, the other angled outward in a way that didn't align with their direction of movement. Their upper body remained still, unaffected by the shift below. My throat tightened. They took a step forward. The motion was smooth, but it covered more ground than it should have. The same pattern, the same wrongness. I stepped back, my heel catching on the edge of the doorway. The person turned their head toward me. The movement was too fast, too precise, snapping into place without any transitional motion. Their face was still neutral, but up close the features didn't quite align. The spacing was off, the angle slightly distorted, as if I were looking at a reflection that had been subtly altered. Behind them, the hallway stretched deeper into the building than it should have. The lighting grew dimmer with distance, fading into a darkness that didn't feel like a simple lack of light. I understood then that I hadn't found my way back. I had been led somewhere else. The realization didn't come with a clear explanation, just a sudden, overwhelming certainty that the place I thought of as home was not this, and whatever had guided me here was not trying to help. The door behind me remained open, the compromised lock offering no resistance. I didn't wait to see what would happen next. I turned and moved back out onto the street, not stopping until the building was out of sight, then farther still until the sky began to lighten at the edges with the first signs of dawn. When I finally slowed down, I realized I didn't recognize anything around me again. The streets were different, the buildings unfamiliar, the landmarks absent. It was as if every path I took led me further from where I thought I belonged. I stood there, breathing hard, watching the light spread across a place that didn't match any memory I could trust. knowing that the thing I had followed had known exactly where it was taking me, and that I had walked inside willingly,